Good morning. Good morning. Good Wednesday morning. How is everybody this morning? I am not fully awake, but good morning nonetheless. So today is day 9 of the Franklin Tyrone Tucker trial. We should be going into closing arguments today. Hi, Shirley Mason. How are you this morning, hon? Good to see you. Good to see you. So, yeah, we hold on. Hey, Sherry Jones. Hey, JB's mama. Let me start today. They're doing their jury instructions, charging conference thing. So yeah, it's kind of boring stuff. The jury's supposed to be there.
Weapon. I mean, that's a lesson. I thought we weren't going to have any lesson included. So, in the course of committing the aggravated assault, was Franklin Tucker in possession of deadly weapon? That's
but yeah, the jury's supposed to be there at 10 this morning, Eastern Standard Time. Good morning, Dawn. Glad you're feeling better, Shirley. JB's mama, did you get some good sleep last night? I hope so. Me and Jolie went to bed soon after. We hung up the phone last night. Hey, Henny. Hey, Cal. Good morning. Good morning, you guys. I'm hoping that today's closing arguments go well. I mean, I hope that this is a decent and productive day, right? JB says, I'm super multitasking, tablet going, laptop going, phone working, and diamond painting. And yes, I got much needed rest. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Yay. That's exciting. That's exciting. I wish I was good at multitasking. I really do. You know, I'm just not a good multitasker. I never have been able to. Good morning, Mickey Joe. I've never been one that was able to do multiple things at once, not even a couple things at once. Like my mom always told me that I couldn't walk and chew gum, right? And that's a fact. Never have been able to do that. I've tried to do that. I'm just not good at it. So, oh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Is everybody's coffee strong this morning? Everybody have strong coffee? The way I went into that, I felt like singing everybody was kung fu fighting. Da 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 da. This is my first cup. I slept late today. Eli doesn't have school on Wednesdays. And so, yeah, I was zonked this morning. I did not want to get up. Sherry said super strong. JB says, yeah, I think I may have made mine a little too strong with all I have going on. Gail just poured her first cup. Shirley's heading to get some now. Henny says, yup. All right. All right. The best part of waking up, Folgers in your cup. We don't drink Folgers, though. We drink Maxwell House. Yeah. Well, Dale drinks Maxwell House. I drink Great Value K Cups. Coffee. The regular coffee that I drink is the Great Value brand of like donut shop coffee or whatever. And then which is I think is just like a just regular plain coffee. But then my caramel, whatever, cappuccino, those are Great Value brand too. Um Crocheting and on silent, says Mickey Joe. Sherry said, I don't drink it either, just thought of the song. There you go. The best part of waking up is coffee in your cup. Strong coffee. Mickey always has strong coffee. Mickey likes strong iced coffee, which I do too. But in the wintertime, I really like my hot coffee. JB's Mama, the mocha, Great Value cappuccinos. Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, I've not tried those. Um, I feel like it would just taste like hot chocolate. Does it not? Um, Good morning, Gail. Oh, no worries. No worries. Not no worries at all. I'm glad you were able to hang with us. We were on a long time last night, so Mickey said she'll drink strong hot coffee too. Well, there you go. But yeah, the mocha I'm thinking would just taste like hot chocolate, does it not? She says, no, it's like chocolate coffee, super yummy. I'll have to get some and try it. I've tried the caramel one and then the pumpkin spice that they come out with in the fall. That one was hard to get your hands on though. Um, they didn't always have it in stock, so whenever I'd see it, I'd get like a couple of boxes. All right, are we ready? You guys, are we ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Are we ready for this? Um, I'm going to start it live. They've been there since 9 o'clock this morning, going through their jury instructions, their charges conference or whatever. And so I know, Shirley, I know. Mocha by definition is coffee flavored chocolate and vice versa. Yeah, I know. But um no, I think you're right. I mean, I think when I think of mocha, I think of like chocolate and coffee together, right? Um, She said, but I might be wrong. I am a lot. No, I think I feel the same way. I think whenever I hear the word mocha, I automatically think chocolate coffee, right? Um, Sherry said she never found the pumpkin one. Aw. Yeah, like I said, they were hard to come by. They were hard to find. Lost internet, Gail, until from 5 till after 10. Ugh, boo. Was it weather related or just a random? I don't know. All right, we're going to get started. I'm going to push play, and they're probably still in the jury instructions. I could be wrong, but let's go check it out and see what they've got going on over there.
I didn't even.
Okay, so they must be on a break. Let me roll it back a little bit and see what they said when they were done. Um,
So what? So
the volume is very low.
all
I've
right.
got
So
it turned up as
3.1
loud.
introduction to final.
I've got it turned up as loud as I possibly can. Um, Gail said they didn't say. Oh, okay. Well, you know, how sometimes they'll do like those. They'll send out those notes or emails or whatever saying well, there will be scheduled maintenance between midnight and 2 a.m. or whatever. You know, sometimes they do that. I hope he did too, Kel. Kel said, I hope Tucker did his homework. Me too. And I hope that for his closing arguments, for his sake, I hope that he has his bullet point list. Um, and that he don't just ramble like he did on the stand, because no, that would not be a good idea. Um, I saw some people. Good morning, JC. Good morning, JC. Good morning, and welcome back. I saw some people saying on Twitter um, that they were Team Tucker, not literally, but that they felt like he didn't do it and that he was innocent. But they changed their mind after they heard his testimony because of the whole I was drunk and passed out and didn't know what was going on. Because they're like, that's pretty convenient, you know? Um, so did he hang himself with his testimony? What do you think? I feel like he definitely talked too much, but that's just my opinion. Um, so I don't know, but I do hope that he brought bullet points for his closing arguments. So, and I hope that he sticks to it. Um, and hopefully, because I know that this dude um gets online after the end of the day. You know, at the end of the court day, and he goes home and whatever, or the hotel or whatever. You know, he's getting online, and so I think he potentially probably saw what the consensus was on his testimony yesterday. So hopefully he dials it way back today. Just saying. Kel said, I get that. He remembered so much about the raid, but not about the night in question. Yes. Good morning, Mary Lou. Snow's all gone. Now she can get out on her road and go to work. Well, good. I hope you have an amazing day. Don't work too hard, though, and still stay safe out there on those roads in case it gets yucky. Yeah, our snow's all gone too, but we got a lot of rain. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself and kind of see what the judge is saying. Oh, wait, Mickey said, good morning, everyone coming in. If I'm quiet or don't respond, it's only because I'm busy or didn't see your comment. Please don't think I'm ignoring you. Oh, I know, right? I'm always worried that in big chats that if I don't actually say hi to somebody, um, that they'll think that I'm ignoring them. But sometimes I don't, I don't see them or whatever. So, all right, muting myself.
Instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Then I would go 1.6. Right after that, the explanation that the defendant is acting as his own attorney. That seems.
Sorry. Also, side note, their volume is very, very low. So I've got the volume up as loud as it'll go on my end. But I don't think that their volume is very low right now. So, all right.
Logical. Any other?
No, Your Honor, I haven't seen anything else that I think needs to be added.
Okay, so I guess Mr. Alvarez, you're the point man over there.
I am, Judge.
For these instructions of
From coordinating and being a stickler for all the court's instructions. If we begin closings now, I'm assuming I'll have ample time to make the necessary corrections over the lunch period and have them all ready to go. Is that okay with the court?
it's fine with me. I mean,
Rather than having.
right, we're not gonna, I think it's unwise to put you under the time pressure of hurry up and get this done, and then we have to check it, and these people, the jurors are waiting.
Exactly.
I don't think that's wise nor necessary. What I think would be, we all know what they are. Most of the changes have been cosmetic. So nobody's going to be prejudiced by the fact that the final copy isn't available. So my suggestion would be, we bring in the jury in just a moment. We go into closings. As again, whatever internal work assignments, that's your office's business, but whoever's going to do it, work on it. Should be done probably well before closings are finished. When closings are finished, we'll review them, and then we'll instruct the jurors at the appropriate time. Sound like a plan?
Yes, Judge, sir.
Sounds like a plan to me, Your Honor.
Okay, do any of you need to take a quick break before closings?
I
Use
would
the
like to, Your
restroom or
Honor, if that's
whatever?
okay.
Huh?
I would like to, if that's okay.
All right, so I assume the jurors are there.
Yes.
All right, so let's take, and I'll have to figure out about lunch and the like. We'll see how long the closings go. I might give them a stretch break during at some point in time, maybe after the defendant's argument, maybe after yours if I think they need one, but I'll just use my discretion. So let's take a break until 10:25, and we'll bring them in and start with closing.
Just for the state's clear, it's safe to be able to work on these during the lunch break, correct?
The lunch break? Well, I thought you were going to work on them during closing.
Well, I had intended, Mr. Mansfield was going to do the first part of the closing, but I'm very confident I can get most of these corrections done within 20 minutes.
Okay, then I guess I didn't understand what you were saying. I thought the plan was to, one of you all make the corrections during closings, and then we would come back, review them, and give them. But, okay, I mean, we can give the jurors lunch, and you can work on the instructions, and we can come back a few minutes early and instruct them after lunch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a break.
All right, so we're just going to take a quick break before closing. So closing should be starting soon. Kel, I think he was talking about he wanted the corrections to the jury instructions to be made, like the corrections that they discussed. He wanted them to be made while they were in closings, like while the one lawyer prosecutor is doing his closing, the other one is sitting there going through making the corrections to be like printed off so that they have them ready for the jurors. But apparently he's yeah, they did kill. He's just talking about making the corrections like on the actual papers ready to be printed off, the edits. So they did that from 9 to 10. So yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Whew. Okay. So I'm going to fast forward. We're going to time warp through and get this party started. Okay, so now we are live, and he did say to be back at 10:25. So that's right now. So they should be coming back any second. Tammy, they just went through jury instructions, the charging conference, whatever. And the jury's supposed to be coming in any second, and they're going to start, prosecution is going to start their closing arguments as soon as they're back in the courtroom, which is supposed to be 10:25 a.m., which is right now. So, and here we go. Looks like the camera's moving. And here we go. Here we go.
Okay, we're all back. Of course.
Judge Jones, can I ask a quick question? Do you have the working copy that we've given Your Honor for jury instructions? I might refer to them during my closing, and if I could just use that hard copy, I don't care. I know it's a work in progress, but what I'm going to refer to is not going to change.
Okay, it's fine. I took out what we said we weren't going to be using, but I think I've kept them in order.
Your Honor, I also had a quick question, if you wouldn't mind.
I don't mind.
Actually, I got contacted by pretrial about was it a drug alcohol test for tomorrow? I don't know. Again, it seems kind of, we're in closing arguments. I don't know whether I should be going to that or not.
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
I
thank
will, I will contact pretrial, and it seems to me, and frankly, I basically had said earlier when I don't know if I spoke to Todd or Scott, that you had enough going on during the trial, and I was going to be in your presence quite frequently, that we didn't need to be doing that because frankly, I just wanted to compound your stress, your schedule, whatever. So
Thank you.
I will contact or have my office contact them. So obviously you can put the podium where you'd like to. Once we start, you can too. So the plan would be to go through the closings, break for lunch, do this. All right. So let's bring in the jurors.
That was completely the judge doing the thing. Cracked me up. He is so over this.
Please. Okay, please be seated, everyone.
He always smiles at the
Good
jurors
morning,
when they come
ladies,
in.
gentlemen of the jury. Nice to see you all this morning. We're here in the case of State of Florida versus Franklin Tyrone Tucker. And as I mentioned to you at the close yesterday, we had some matters that we needed to tend to yesterday afternoon and this morning, and we've done that now. So we're ready for your listening ears and attentive minds. Members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments that are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. So, State, would you like to present a closing argument?
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. First, let me start by saying thank you for your patience and your time the last couple of weeks. Feels like a lot longer than that. And for your attention to the case that we presented to you, the case of State of Florida versus Tyrone Tucker. Now, in just a few hours, it's going to be your turn to take all this information back to the deliberation room and start your deliberation in this case. You're going to have to determine what you found to be credible and what you found to be not credible. And you will be the ultimate deciders of what evidence you believe and what evidence you don't believe. Now, I hear this a lot in this courtroom. In life, they say the devil is in the detail. And I think no case embodies that more than the case we just presented to you, because the devil really is in the detail in this case. I submit to you that the most credible evidence that you received was the testimony of John Travis Johnson. That is going to be the most credible evidence that you received in this case. And I believe you will come to that determination because of the detail that is involved in that testimony. Now, you got a chance to meet John Travis Johnson. He came in this courtroom and you met him. He's a pretty simple guy. He's not overly sophisticated. He's obviously struggled since he got out of the military. He's got PTSD issues. He's got some addiction issues. He owned up to all of that. He didn't hide any of that from you. The reason he was in Key West back in 2017, he came here looking for work after the hurricane, and he fell into his old ways, right? He said he met up with some old friends that he used to know out on the beach, started doing drugs with them, started drinking, fell back into his old routine, finds himself living at this warehouse where he makes the acquaintance of this man over here, Tyrone Tucker, and another man, Rory Wilson. And the three of them party together. They party together. And what does that partying involve? Alcohol and drugs. And like all parties, the party ends at some point. They run out of alcohol, they run out of drugs, and they run out of money. So he tells you it's time to figure out a way to get more. So what does he do? What do they do? The three of them get together. Travis told you that Wilson came back from, I believe it was the Burger King, and said, hey, I got some information about this lady over at the Treehouse. She's got drugs, she's got money. We need to do a lick. Let's go over there and hit that. John Travis Johnson said to you, he wanted more drugs. He didn't really want to be involved, but he wanted more drugs. Now he's got the truck. They need a ride over there. So it makes sense. It's his truck. He's determined to be the one that's going to drive them over there. What's he getting out of the deal? Gas money, and he gets to smoke the take. Who are the other two players in this scenario? Tucker and Wilson. That's what he told you. That makes sense. Now, they get together, and he said, he testified, he didn't know anything about the legal theory of principal theory. You're gonna get that instruction that I talked about during jury selection. The principal instruction is gonna tell you that it's kind of an all for one for all scenario. I'll specifically read the instruction a little bit later here, but I wanna stay with John Travis Johnson's testimony first. He said he knew nothing about the principal theory, and he knew nothing about this felony murder theory. So you mean while we're committing a robbery, if somebody ends up getting killed, I could be charged with murder? Yes, sir. It's called felony murder. And that's exactly what happened in this scenario. The three of them hatched this plan to go over to the treehouse. He gives you great detail about how the plan was hatched. They did a drive-by earlier just to kind of case the joint out. And remember, I told you during jury selection, if a crime's committed at the Basilica, you're going to have nuns and priests for your witnesses, right? Well, the treehouse is no Basilica, all right? The treehouse was a flop house, a drug den in the middle of Stock Island, where people were living in a ramshackle structure with no water, no electricity. And what did they do in that place? Drugs, alcohol. Paula Belmont said prostitution. Who knows? It's not the Basilica. So they get this great lead, right? They're going to go over there and do this robbery. So they case the joint. He drives them over there. Or after they get done with the casing, they go back to the warehouse. Tucker puts on dark clothing. Wilson puts on dark clothing. Travis drives them back over. Why should you believe that? It's corroborated. Corroboration is important in this case. That's the detail I'm talking about. Devil in the detail, corroboration. His story, his testimony is evidence. That evidence is corroborated. So he goes over to the treehouse. We saw those videos time and time again. You see a flash of the truck first. That's 8 minutes later, I think, 9 minutes later, you see the truck pull up. I'm sorry, I misspoke that. The first drive-by, we didn't see. When they go over there to commit the actual crime, they said there was a car out in front of the treehouse. And you see the truck pull all the way through, and it goes around the block. Truck pulls back up, and you see two guys wearing dark clothing heading from the truck towards the treehouse. Corroboration of what Travis testified to. It corroborates him. Now, Travis is not a manipulative person. I submit to you the manipulative person's this guy over here. That's the master manipulator, not Travis. You saw Travis. He's about as simple as it gets. Travis said he was in the front seat. He saw them go in that gate. A few minutes later, he sees somebody running from the gate. What do we see on the video? Corroboration. Sure enough, we see a man with a flashlight come running out of the gate, up over the hill to CVS. Exactly what Travis said. After that, we see a guy in dark clothing come running from the direction of the treehouse towards the direction where the truck had dropped him off. Consistent with what Travis said happened that night, that he saw Tucker coming out of the treehouse with this bag in his hand, fumbling with it, right? And he sees him running, and he takes off because he's terrified at this point. Now, Travis says he sees Tucker fumbling with the bag. Who does Roger Raggett say grabbed the bag out of the treehouse? The second person. Who does Paula Belmont say grabbed the bag, her purse, her bag, whatever? The second person. That's consistent with what Travis told you. Travis also said that when Captain Phelps kind of figured it out, he knew the jig was up and it was time to pay the piper. And he said, When he saw that, he was shocked. When she laid it out, he was shocked because she had it to a T. Now, she didn't tell him what to say. She laid out the basics of what the investigation had revealed, but Travis filled in all the details about particulars in this plan. Devil in the detail. So, Travis owns up to it. Time to face the music. And he gives his statement back in November of 2017, and he's arrested. And that statement has remained unimpeached to this day. He gave a proffer in 2022. He didn't get a deal until 2022, after he'd been in jail for 4.5 years. That's when the state approached him. Again, we don't pick our witnesses, right? The Basilica, one thing, Treehouse, another. The state approached him and said, we need your testimony. We believe if you're the getaway driver, you're the least culpable. So we'll work with you. And he agreed. And he came in here and he testified today consistently with every other time he testified. Consistently. That's why he should be believed, because he's credible. Now, because it's important that you understand the nature of his testimony, and because I submit to you the abiding belief in his testimony, we've got a PowerPoint here that we put together to kind of highlight why you should believe Travis Johnson.
Yeah, John. I'm sorry, would you mind if I got a
No,
little-
you can reposition yourself so you're able to view the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
I think it would be preferable if he had a seat there. Well, I think it would be preferable if we can, one of the deputies can help with a seat there. And so I would just prefer that the person making the argument being the only one standing. So thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I did you all a favor. I brought somebody much smarter about these things that was born in a different generation. She will run the computer for me and I will refer to it, okay? So let's talk about Travis's testimony in regards to the sequence of events at the Treehouse. Travis says he drove by once, returned, and he parked past the Treehouse, and Wilson and Tucker got out and walked towards the Treehouse. We see that on the video, the Cosme video. Travis says he saw Wilson and Tucker go through the gate of the Treehouse. I'm sorry, I lost my way. About 5 minutes later, a man that we learned was O'Quinn ran from the Treehouse towards CVS carrying a flashlight. That man yelled for police. Tucker ran towards Travis's truck, but Travis drove off. Travis said he did not see Rory running towards his truck. What corroborates that testimony? The Cosme video corroborates it. Detective Fernandez, who you heard from, testified he saw a truck in the video. Detective Malone, who testified, said, or gave a detailed description of the events that were observed in the Cosme video. She was able to point out the man running towards CVS with the flashlight. And we also see the man running from the Treehouse, who is Franklin Tucker. Now, later on, we see, I think they use the word lumbering, because Wilson was described as somebody who would not be capable of running fast because he's a stocky guy. There was about a minute delay before the second person appeared in the video after Tucker is seen running towards the truck. All corroborating Travis's testimony. And folks, let's remember, Travis says when they got in the truck, Wilson had a club and this defendant had a knife. Now, we find Wilson's DNA on the knife. Obviously, if Travis really wanted to tailor his testimony, he had to switch that around. But he's been adamant that's not what it was. It was this defendant that had a knife in his hand, and Wilson had the club. Well, we know Wilson's DNA ends up on the knife. It was a full-on fracas inside that Treehouse. Fists are flying. There's chaos. Roger Raggett told you they were all over the place. Somebody threw him into a tarp. Somebody had him up against a wall or a floor or something. Paula had the guy on top of her. Weapons could have been easily switched around. And those are the only weapons that Travis saw. We don't know if there are other weapons in their pockets. But as far as Travis's testimony towards the sequence of events, it's corroborated by the evidence. Let's go to the next one. The map of the route that they took. Travis testified detailed the route taken for the drive-by and for the robbery. You see the video of Travis's confession. He draws the map during his interview with Detective Pitcher and Phelps. Phelps traced the route along the map that was in the wrong direction. Travis corrects her, and he says no. And Travis showed the correct direction on the map. And remember, Travis's interview was before they showed him the videos from Cosme and the Electric Company. This testimony came before he saw those videos. So he wasn't tailoring his testimony to the videos, hadn't seen them yet. Vanessa, could you play the next one? Here's the portion of his interview where he addresses the map.
Okay. So each time you come into this loop, just come straight down 7th Street. Okay.
No, we came that way. He corrects her. He's not tailoring it to something he hasn't seen yet. Vanessa, let's go to the next one, please. As far as Travis's testimony about Rory wearing the black shorts and the black long sleeve shirt. In Paula's video deposition, 2 different times she describes the person attacking her. And this is the video that you all saw, the perpetuated testimony you saw this week. Yes, he was wearing the same. He was wearing like a dark blue sweatshirt, shorts, and these like shoe boot, dark black shoe boot things. They were like boot material, but not as high as boots. They were shoes, if that makes sense. Dark blue or black sweatshirt, shorts, and the black shoe things, and a mask, which I didn't realize at first he had a mask on because he jumped right on top of me. Next one. Travis testifies that Rory went into the treehouse to commit the robbery. We see the 2 guys walking from the truck towards the treehouse, and Travis says he saw them entering the gate. Paula identifies, to corroborate that, you can look to Paula's testimony. She identifies Rory back in 2017 as the person attacking her, and she says it again in her deposition testimony. How do you know that was the person? I knew who it was immediately just by who he was. I mean, the voice, after hearing the voice, there was no doubt in my mind. He was wearing the same clothes and being at the house earlier. That corroborates Travis's testimony. Travis testifies about Tucker wearing long black pants, black shirt, and black boots. That's what he says Tucker was wearing. Let's look to Paula's video deposition. So did you tell the police that you thought the person might be black because the person was wearing black clothing? Wearing all black, yeah. I guess I just associated, I don't know, I guess I originally thought it was a black guy because he was wearing all black and was told it was a white guy. Ma'am, the person was dressed in all black. That's Paula's testimony, which corroborates Travis's. Tucker was wearing all black. That's what Paula identifies the second person as wearing, all black. Next one. Still talking about Travis's testimony about Tucker wearing long black pants, black shirt, and the black boots. Travis's video confession, he was wearing a pair of black pants and a black shirt and one of those, I guess it's called a neck gaiter, one of those hoodie things. Who was wearing the neck gaiter? Tyrone. I guess it's called a neck gaiter, one of those hoodie things. Next one. All right. We know, neck gaiter was never found. We know that. It was not presented to you. But we also saw a booking photo of this defendant. And a regular mask coming down over your head is not going to cover that long goatee. But a neck gaiter would. Devil's in the detail. Why believe Travis? It makes sense. You pull a neck gaiter up, you cover that big goatee. That's why you believe Travis. It makes sense. It's corroborated. Travis testifies about the black hoodie. He testifies Tucker put on a black neck gaiter around his neck when he got ready to go to the treehouse. In Travis's video, again, I guess it's called a neck gaiter, one of those hoodie things. That's corroborated by Paula. Paula says, all I saw was the back of that person. He was a little smaller. He was a littler, smaller, like not as wide, wearing a black hoodie. I just saw the back of them. They had a dark hoodie on, a dark hoodie and all over sweatshirt hoodie and dark pants. She's describing Tucker to a T exactly the same way Travis described him. Corroboration. Corroboration. Next one. More about the neck gaiter that Travis testified to and how it covers Tucker's goatee. Tucker had a black neck gaiter around his neck when he left the warehouse. The word Jägermeister was written all over it. And then Travis showed you how the neck gaiter could be pulled up to hide his neck and face. Again, like I just said, Tucker had this long goatee in 2017. Vanessa, let's play that video. Just right there is fine.
He put on a pair of black pants and a black shirt. One of the things, I guess it's called neck gaiter. Okay. Who had the neck gaiter? Tyrone, okay. He's got a beard. Okay.
He described him to a T. He's got a beard this long. You saw the beard. Neck gaiter covers it up. And this was all done. They didn't tell Travis anything about a Jägermeister neck gaiter. Phelps didn't say anything about that. Those were details that Travis provided to them. They didn't give him his narrative. He gave them his narrative. Tucker's before Travis described them. Next one, Beth, please. All right, here's Travis's testimony about the mask. This is the mask that Wilson had on, the demon mask. Most evil, most horrible demon mask you can basically describe. It's the mask that Wilson was wearing when he came out of the warehouse. Detective Malone testified the mask was found in a boat near the treehouse. Roger Raggett testified the two men were wearing skull masks. Roger Raggett says they had some kind of masks on. It corroborates what Travis was saying. It corroborates what Paula was saying. Vanessa, let's play that video.
Did you see Detroit do anything with like a neck gaiter or anything? I think he had it just look like a what you could beanie on a hoodie thing. Okay. And a freaking mask. What the mask look like? Demon. Okay. Okay, when you say demon, I see you say, tell me what you got his name. That's sharp teeth. That's great. Almost like a dinosaur type. Okay.
He said, looks like a demon with sharp teeth. Y'all remember this mask, right? Teeth don't get much sharper than they are in this mask. Why believe Travis? The evidence corroborates what he said. He described a demon mask with sharp teeth. Nobody gave him that description. Phelps didn't feed him that. Nope, those are details that Travis gave. I'm sorry, ladies, thank you. Those are details that Travis gave to them. Those are not details they gave to Travis. The defendant wanted to say that they gave Travis his narrative. No, they didn't. Travis gave his own narrative. Travis gave details on a mask, and it's 100% identical to the mask he identified here in court. Thank you. Next one. Travis testified about the knife that he saw in Tucker's hands. He says Tucker had a knife in his hand. I could see it in his hand. He was carrying it when he came out of the warehouse. When he came out of the warehouse, getting ready to go over to the treehouse for the hit. What corroborates that testimony? We found a knife in a planter box in the yard of a neighbor on November 18th, the day after the murder. This person lived at the Water's Edge trailer park. That's where they testified they found, Devalier testified that's where they found the mask. Water's Edge trailer park on 2nd Street, the direct route from the treehouse to the warehouse. So they found the knife on the direct route from the treehouse to the warehouse, the knife that Travis described to a T in court and to the detectives. Devalier identified the photographs of the knife while he was on the stand. That corroborates Travis's testimony. He saw Tucker with a red and black knife with two edges. That's the knife that was found on the path back to the warehouse. Next one. Still talking about the knife. He gave them details of the knife. Vanessa, let's play that video, please.
Now, when they got their stuff, when you said they got their stuff, where did they bring to the truck to go do the report? Where did they bring it? got this mask and their clothes and the gloves. Okay. And I think Kai had a razor knife or not a razor knife, but a diet knife. But just like the kind you strap to your leg? Yeah. Okay. Was it in a sheet or just like just the knife by itself? It was in a sheet. Okay. What color was the sheet? Black. What about blue, green, yellow, pink, red? All red with black hair. Can you break the handle? The blade with red and then black? Okay. And then the handle was black and red.
Blade was stainless steel, handle was black and red. He also has a knife collection. He wasn't hiding that from anybody.
Anything else about it you can think of? Anything else about it you can think of? Got the black. Travis sheet with a wrap or straps on the leg? We didn't have straps. Okay. Just a plastic, like a hard plastic sheet, right? Okay.
Corroborates Travis's testimony. And lo and behold, how did Matthew Bonnett die? Stab wounds to his back. What blood was on the knife? The confirmatory blood was Wilson. But the defendant's DNA could neither be included or excluded. And you heard the DNA analyst, just because she can't say it's included or excluded doesn't mean he didn't touch the knife. I think when David held up a pen, does this automatically mean my DNA is on the pen? No, it doesn't automatically mean that. It could. What she said was if there's not enough DNA in the profile for the test, then she can't make a conclusive finding one way or the other. So she never said his DNA wasn't on the knife. She said it was inconclusive. But she was able to conclude Wilson's DNA was on the knife. That knife very easily could have been passed around. For all we know, Tucker stabbed Bonnett and Wilson picked the knife up afterwards. Or the other way around, we don't know. And you know what? Under the principal theory and under felony murder, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wielded the knife in there. We don't have to prove who wielded the knife. Because under principal theory, you're all in it together. Travis is just as guilty of that stabbing sitting in that truck outside. Folks, the principal theory, I always liken it to if 5 guys stomp a person to death. You don't have to prove which stomp actually killed the person. You're all 5 in it, you're all 5 doing it, the person died. Okay, here they're all engaged in the commission of this crime, that they all had the intention that crime be committed. We don't have to prove to you who actually stabbed Matthew Bonnett. What we did have to prove to you is that Matthew Bonnett did get stabbed during this altercation and that those stab wounds caused his death. And I submit to you, we have proven that. But as far as who did the stabbing on the inside, we don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt who did it because we don't know. Roger Ragged doesn't know, Paula Belmont doesn't know, and Matthew Bonnett's not here to tell us. Next slide, please. Oh, before we leave that one, Dr. Steckbauer confirmed that it was stab wounds to the back. I think that's pretty much all we need to go from that one. That's fine, Vanessa. We can go to the next one. Thank you. Travis testified about Tucker and Wilson going through the gate of the treehouse. He saw them go in. Paula testified 2 people came up the stairs of the treehouse. Roger testified 2 people came upstairs. Roger testified the second guy was taller and skinnier than the guy attacking Paula. The guy attacking Paula, I think she referred to him at one point in time as a 250-pound gorilla, is what she said. And she said she couldn't see much other than that because he was on top of her. It corroborates Travis's testimony. Next one. Wilson was upstairs in the treehouse. How do we know Wilson made it upstairs? Travis saw Tucker and Wilson go into the treehouse. Paula testified the 2 people came up. Roger testified 2 people came up. Paula testified she knew the first guy. She knew him the minute he came up there. He knew him as Detroit. He'd been around the treehouse before, had a very distinctive voice. Roger said he was familiar with the guy attacking Paula because of his sways. I believe what he was trying to say was swagger, because of his swagger. He knew the guy's style, walk, the way he moved and talked. He didn't know the guy's name, but he'd just seen him around the treehouse and other places. That corroborates the fact that Wilson was upstairs in the treehouse, which is what Travis said. He saw him go in the gate. Next page, Vanessa. How do we know Tucker was upstairs in the treehouse? Again, Travis saw Tucker go through the gate with Wilson heading into the treehouse. During the recross of Roger Raggett, the defendant raised his hand way above his head and said, now this guy that was attacking you, would you tell me how tall he is? And Roger Raggett, who I submit to you, you're not going to get that guy to say anything that he doesn't believe in. He said, no, not that high. Bring it down, bring it down. Your height. About your height is what he said. About your height. And when I got up and asked him, did you say the second subject was Tucker's height? Yeah, I just said that. It corroborates what Travis said. The two went in that gate and into the treehouse. Roger Raggett corroborates that testimony. Next.
Oh no, Joanna, I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, definitely antibiotic time. I'm sorry. 103 fever. That makes you feel miserable. And Tammy, yeah, I hope that your daughter feels better soon. I don't like it when people are sick.
This one. Oh, we're there. Sorry, Vanessa. You're anticipating. The snuff can. Travis testified that when they were all back at the warehouse, Wilson took a snuff can out. It was round, like a Copenhagen snuff jar or can, whatever you want to call it. Took it out of his pocket, and he did this upstairs while they were at the warehouse. What corroborates that? Roger Raggett said the man kept telling Paula, give it up, give me the money and drugs. And Roger told Paula, just give it up. It's not worth getting poked over, was what he testified to. And according to Roger, Paula said, take it. And she pointed to a little container on a little container, and the guy took it. A little container. Consistent with what Travis says Wilson produced back at the warehouse. Devil's in the detail. Travis is telling you the truth. Next page. The backpack belonged to Paula. Travis said he saw Tucker running out of the treehouse, fumbling with this backpack, and stuff was spilling out all over the place. He also testified that Tucker showed up at the warehouse with the backpack and emptied the contents out to see what they got. What corroborates that? Well, Detective Malone testified the backpack was found in an air handler closet up in Big Pine, and it had Paula's EBT card in it. She also said the other items in the backpack were hers. They were like women's items, notepads or something else. Why was it up there with Travis? Travis told you. He was unpacking the Foot Locker that this defendant helped him pack when he was leaving the warehouse. Did that Foot Locker ever leave your sight? Yeah, it did. It was never in my exclusive control. How'd you get it out of the warehouse? Tucker helped me. You think Travis is sophisticated enough to make that detail up? Tucker helped me. He gets up to Big Pine. What does he find in the Foot Locker? The backpack. So what does he do? He throws in the closet. Out of sight, out of mind. Next one. Contents of the backpack we covered. Travis testified. Women's stuff, feminine effects, pens, notepads, trinkets, stuff to a female. Paula's video, she says, my keys, my jewelry, my perfume, a little pink purse, all women's things. They had little witches on it. Detective DeValle testified he found a $100 bill, change, personal items like makeup, items that appeared to be from a woman's purse scattered on the ground outside of the treehouse. That's consistent with what Travis says. I saw him fumbling with the bag and stuff was emptying out of it. What does Detective DeValle find? Women's things that are consistent with what Travis just told you. Why believe Travis? The evidence supports his testimony. It's consistent. Next one. Travis said, I saw Tucker running down the street fumbling with this bag. Paula corroborates that. All I saw that second person doing was I saw him like this through the side of my body because I had someone on top of me. He was grabbing my backpack, opening up my backpack, consistent with what Travis said Tucker was doing when he came out of the treehouse. It supports Travis's testimony. Why believe it? It's corroborated. I'm sorry, Vanessa, next one. Still talking about Travis's testimony about Tucker running down the street. Paula's video deposition, which you saw. You did. It was your backpack. Is that correct? Yes.
Hi, Mad Marcia, and welcome. Welcome to the chat. Yes, this is closing. This is closing. This is the prosecution's closings. They just started probably 25 minutes ago, maybe. But welcome, welcome.
And who took it from you? The other person, not Rory. She'd identified Rory as the one on top of her. No, ma'am. It was the white guy. I can't say it was a white guy. I originally thought it was a black guy because he was wearing all black. And I was told it was a white guy. I don't know who took it. I know it wasn't Rory Wilson. Consistent with Travis seeing that Tucker coming out of the treehouse, fumbling with the bag. Yes, ma'am. Next one. Paul also says, I saw the second man with my backpack and I saw him with the billy club, but I couldn't see Roger because Detroit was blocking my view. And at this point, I remember Paula kept describing this long item. It looks like now she sees a billy club with the man that's with Roger. Roger testified that man had a knife to his throat. We certainly know that something was to his throat. Now, could have been both, could have been one or the other. Doesn't matter. Next one. Travis testified that the 50 bucks they gave him for the gas money smelled like perfume. That's completely consistent with what Paula said. Travis said, it smells like perfume. Paula said, I think I had a brand new bottle of Dare perfume and some other items. And lo and behold, the money that nobody fed Travis that detail. Travis cocked that detail up his narrative. It wasn't Penny Phelps's narrative. Don't be misled by that. It is Travis gave the details. Penny Phelps laid out the basics of what the investigation showed, but Travis filled in these blanks. Next one, please.
However, there was 20, 10, 5, 20, 35, and 5, okay? And they smelled like perfume, I remember that. The one that smelled like perfume.
Okay, next one. Travis says Tucker was upset with him. That makes sense. Of course he's upset with him. Came running out of the treehouse looking for the getaway car, and the getaway car took off. That shouldn't be hard to understand. Travis gets back to the warehouse. Tucker's mad at him. Travis says, I went for a walk to get cigarettes, just to take a break, walk away from that. You saw the Florida Keys Electric video. You see Travis walking along by himself. And then he comes back after he said he'd run into Rory Wilson. He comes back walking with somebody else. And he says, I ran into Rory Wilson when I went to buy those cigarettes. And that's consistent with what we see in the video. We see him walking to the CVS on his own, or the Tom Thumb, I'm not sure which one they're going to, on his own to get cigarettes. He comes back with somebody walking next to him. And remember, Travis gave this statement before he saw those videos. So he's not tailoring his statement to the videos. He gave that statement before they showed him the videos. When he saw the videos, remember he said he was shocked that they had him on video. Again, why believe Travis? Devil in the detail. Next one, Vanessa, please. He confessed in November of 2017. He had no deal on the table, no promise, no anything. He's been consistent ever since. You saw the video of his confession. He testified here in court. Once he decided to fess up, remember when he said the jig was over? He gave the details on the plan and the execution and the aftermath of that murder in 2017. After that, he said they asked him to look at videos. And yeah, he said when he saw the videos, he initially identified himself and he kind of vacillated because he was scared. He thought, God, they have video of me too. He was shocked to see that. I submit to you that's sincere. That is believable testimony from Travis. Next one. Travis testified he did not know about this treehouse until the incident. He didn't even know where the treehouse was, and he'd never been there. All right, what corroborates that? Well, Paula actually corroborates that. In Paula's video deposition, she's asked, and you saw this, this is the perpetuated testimony, you saw this yesterday. Do you know Travis Johnson? No, not personally, no. Prior to the date of this incident, you never hung out with him? No. Associated with him? No. I don't know. Oh, have you ever even met John Johnson? I don't know how to answer that because he might have been the person that was there with Detroit, but I don't know for sure. Other than that, the only time I ever saw him was in the newspaper and, here. Have you ever identified him? No, sir. As that person? No. Next page. Have you ever seen John Travis Johnson with Matthew Bonnett? No, sir. Have you ever seen him with Crystal? No. Have you ever seen him with Roosevelt? No. Have you ever seen him with O'Quinn? No. Have you ever seen him hanging out with any of your friends? No. Have you ever personally seen him at the Treehouse? No. It corroborates Travis when he says, I didn't even know where it was. I've never been there before. Paul is basically saying, I don't know who he is. He's never been over there. It corroborates Travis's testimony. Next one. Okay, now let's go to the next one. Paul is all over the place. Some of her testimony, she seems to get right. She starts in 2017, and you saw the hospital video yesterday. She was at the hospital the night of the attack, and she's adamant. I can't identify that second person. At one point, I think she gets upset with Officer Malone, and she says, lady, I told you this 3 times. I can't ID him. I had a 250-pound gorilla on top of me beating the shit out of me. That was what she said. She couldn't say anything about the second guy. Now, this is interesting. Paula testified that in the very few days right after the incident, they were at McDonald's on November 22nd. It's about, 4 or 5 days after this incident. And the defendant testified to this yesterday. I saw Paula at McDonald's. We weren't friends, but we knew each other. I was feeling so bad and so sorry for myself for being interrogated for this thing all night. And he's scared, and he's feeling sorry for himself, I guess. And I remember seeing Paula. This is his testimony. I remember seeing Paula, and she had a bandage on her neck from the knife, right? And I remember seeing her, and I was just like, all of a sudden, I felt like, well, I'm trying not to curse, but I felt really bad. Here I am feeling sorry for myself, and then I see her. That was his testimony. Next one, please. Paula's deposition back in May of 2019. This would be about 2 years, almost 2 years after the event. Actually, he himself, Tucker, told me that when we were at McDonald's, he himself told me, oh, the police found a knife with blood on it, because I said, oh, good, it would be my blood. And he said, no, it's Matt's. That confirmatory test didn't come from FDLE until months, years later. So how did he know that was going to be Matt's blood on the knife? He told Paula 4 days after the event. He told me they found a knife, and I said, oh, good, that'll have my blood on it. And he said, no, not going to be your blood, it's going to be Matt's blood. If he was passed out from his red balls or atom bombs or fireballs back at the warehouse, how does he know about that? How does he know Matt's blood's going to be on that knife? Because he was there. He knows where that knife went. It went into Matt's back. That's how he knows. He knows that knife is not the one that was used on Paula. He knows that knife is the one that was used on Matthew Bonnett. Remember, he brought the knife to that event. Travis saw the knife in his possession. So he confirms to Paula, no, that's going to be Matt's blood. And then she said, whether that was true or not, I don't know. He himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood. That's a quote from her answer. She said it at least twice. She was not mistaken about what she remembered him saying. And that's very telling. That's huge. Because nobody would have known. Even the detectives didn't know it was Matt Bonnett's blood on that knife at that point in time.
I'll sustain the objection to the extent, remember, folks, this is closing argument. Your decision and verdict is based upon the evidence in the law. And counsel's giving a closing, which is not evidence. So with that, you can proceed.
Folks, you heard the testimony from Angela.
Okay, I gotta stop this for just a second. I don't remember ever hearing that before. Does anybody else remember that? Hearing that he had said, "Oh no, that's going to be Matt's blood," and that nobody knew that at that point. Even the detectives didn't know that at that point. Do we? I don't remember hearing that at all previously. Anybody else?
Our DNA expert. That's when we got the confirmatory results of the blood on the knife. That was long after, 4 days after this was a year, at least several months after the event. Tucker's telling Paula 4 days after the event whose blood is on the knife. Nobody knows that, sir, except the people that were there. Next one. Okay.
Okay, Kel remembers that. When was that said, and who was it that said it? Tammy says she doesn't remember. Yeah, I don't remember that part, Kel. Tammy said it wasn't evidence brought in. Paula said it when they were asking her about meeting with Tucker at McDonald's. But she said the part about nobody knew. That's what I'm wondering is, did we hear anybody testify that nobody knew where, or nobody would have known that it was Matt's blood at that point? Joanna, there is no there is no DNA evidence of Tucker's. Hi, Lee. Good morning, Lee. He said, I thought that it was brought out in the taped deposition. Kel said, no, she didn't say nobody knew whose blood was on the knife yet, but she did say that Tucker said it wouldn't be hers. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Nobody would know that except the people that were there, and that's huge. Now, the defendant took the stand and he's been wrongly charged with this. That was his story. If you boil down his whole testimony, he started partying during Fantasy Fest and the party never ended. He said this is usually what he does this time of year. And on the day of this, he remembers drinking these fireballs and got so hammered he fell asleep, woke up, police were everywhere. He remembers details that are, for somebody that was that drunk, he remembers the details of coming down the steps with his hands up back when they committed the raid. He remembers bits and pieces of conversations, but for the most part, he was watching his friend's room, drinking, and passed out. He remembers going to buy cigarettes. He throws that in there. Said he remembered feeling so bad for Paula at McDonald's. Didn't testify that he told her whose blood was on the knife. Again, how would he know that? Why did we put on the DNA analyst? Why did we put? Because we wanted you to know we did our jobs. We did our investigation. We submitted items for DNA testing. Sometimes you get results, sometimes you don't. On this particular submission, we got a result, a positive result for Wilson on the knife, and we got a slew of unconfirmed, can either say yes or no as a result, as it regards Tucker.
Good morning, Brenda.
45 minutes.
45 minutes in, Judge?
Yes.
Very well. Now, a couple of excerpts I want to underscore from late yesterday. And again, I got a good time slot today, fresh in the morning. Yesterday afternoon, I got up here and I read into the record statements that Paula had made during her deposition in May of 2019. And I want to do that timeline for you. So the event happened in November of 2017. And she's adamant, can't see this other person, had this big guy on top of me, just couldn't see him, stop asking me that, I've answered this 5 times. Now we're in May of 2019. She's still saying she can't ID the second person. I can't ID him. Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. Can you describe him? No, because I had Rory Wilson on top of me. You initially said you believe the second person had a billy club. I think that was Rory. Did you see the second person with any weapons? I don't know. I couldn't see the second person until they were going down the steps towards Matt because I had Rory Wilson on top of me. Do you remember what the second person was wearing? Dark clothing, corroborating what Travis said. She heard him say, I think we killed him. Now, she also talked about the McDonald's event. You recall seeing him at McDonald's. Did you know he had anything to do with it? No, ma'am, I did not, because I didn't know whether he had anything to do with it. I didn't even know that they all lived together. She didn't know about all that. Well, who told you he had something to do with it? Nobody told me. The police didn't tell you? Well, after they arrested him, yes. But not when I was having lunch at McDonald's, or I would have been nowhere near him, which was 4 days after. Are you sure he was involved? What kind of question is that? I told you I can't identify him. The person was wearing a mask. I can't say he had anything to do with it, and I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. Can't say he was there, can't say he wasn't there. And she goes on to say, actually, he himself told me at McDonald's that the police had found the knife with blood on it. And that's when he told me it was Matt's blood. He told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's. The knife that the police found had Matt's blood. Then there was a litany of questions about the scuffle between Roger and his assailant, which would be this defendant. Roger got thrown into a tarp. This is Paula's testimony. Remember what Roger testified to? I got thrown into some kind of a tarp. Paula says, I don't believe I said he was beating him. I was the one getting beaten. They had a scuffle, and you saw the second person holding a knife to Roger's throat? No, I didn't see that. You were told that? I was told that by Roger. That's why Roger wasn't helping me. Roger told her that the guy had a knife to his throat. These are all corroborating bits of evidence from Paula that corroborate Travis's statements. Again, the devil is in the detail.
Right, Joanne.
Now, Paula also makes a comment that at some point, Paula testified that a small knife fell from somewhere during the struggle. She thought it was Roger's knife, and she thought about grabbing it. So there was a second knife. One was on Paula's neck, and she saw another knife fall, a smaller knife fall. She thought it was Roger's knife, and she thought about grabbing it. So Paula herself introduces a second knife into this fracas inside the treehouse. The defendant grilled Officer Malone about her demotion from major crimes. Her demotion was not a demotion per se. She stepped down. The recommendation was she stepped down because she didn't want to do that work anymore. This was 2 years later. There was no finding that the evidence in this case had been tampered with, altered, tailored, or fabricated. No evidence of that.
Okay, well, I'm going to overrule the objection. Again, this is argument, as I've explained.
No evidence of that. Malone testified she committed some policy violations, but that evidence itself had not been tampered, compromised, or manufactured, and there was no finding that it was. The DNA evidence, again, inconclusive for this defendant. Where was it inconclusive as for Tucker? On the blunt end of the knife, the right side of the forehead of the mask, inside wrist area of the shirt, and the black glove. Doesn't mean he didn't touch these items, just means they didn't have enough in the DNA profile to make that comparison. Mr. Tucker also called Travis a free man. You saw Travis, you saw him in the video. Travis is forever marked by what he got involved in here. He owns up to it. He'll wear it for the rest of his life. He's not a free man, he's a convicted felon. Convicted of pretty serious charges. These will follow him, and he knows that. You saw him in the video.
Good morning,
He was
sir.
crying, he was upset, he was struggling because the gravity of what he had gotten himself involved in was setting in. Why believe Travis? I submit to you, you believe him because he's being truthful. Paula, you saw her on the night of the event, November of 2017. You've heard statements from her depot in May of 19. At some point in there, she does a trip to California because she's posting pictures of it. And now, at the perpetuated testimony in September and November of 20, now she's adamantly saying in her cross, it's not Tucker, it's not Tucker, it's not Tucker. Not until September of 20 does that come out.
Good morning, Morgana.
What changed from the night of the event to May of 2019 to September of 20? We know she was friends with the defendant's wife on Facebook. She mentioned that. They were talking up to 20 times a day. Paula went from living homelessly in a flop house to a trip to California.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Living in a flop house for homeless people with no water and no electric, to posting pictures of her trip to California. And then she appears for her perpetuated testimony and says, it's not the defendant. It's not Tucker. Tucker wasn't the second guy. I can't say who it was, but it wasn't him. When she, at one point, told Officer Malone, I answered this question 5 times. I couldn't see him. I can't tell you. I can't even tell you if he was there or if he wasn't there. I didn't see enough of him. Now, new testimony. I submit you should take that testimony very cautiously, and you should reject it because it's simply not truthful. It has been tainted. Now, Law School 101, you're going to get a packet of jury instructions. You're going to get a packet of jury instructions that's going to give you all the law that pertains to this case. You're going to hear that the defendant was charged with first-degree felony murder because during the commission of a robbery, somebody died. The state has to prove that somebody died. I think that's fairly clean. That came from Dr. Steckbauer. Matthew Bonnett is dead. While engaged in the commission of a robbery, Tucker caused the death of Matthew Reed Bonnett. And then it's either or for the next element. Tyrone Tucker was the person who actually killed Matthew Reed Bonnett, or Matthew Reed Bonnett was killed by a person other than Franklin Tucker, but both Franklin Tucker and the person who killed Matthew Reed Bonnett are principals in the commission of the robbery. Principals in the commission of the robbery. I submit to you this defendant has been proven guilty of felony murder. You're also going to get what the law calls, hard to explain, lesser included charges, okay? Basically what that's telling you is, if you don't feel that the evidence has proven the crime that's been charged, you could go down one level to what they call a lesser included crime. So for instance, on the first degree murder, a lesser included crime of first degree murder would be second degree murder. So if you don't feel that the state has proven felony first degree murder, you can consider second degree murder. For second-degree murder? Hold up, it's a lot here. Second-degree murder, the state has to prove that Matthew Bonnett is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Franklin Tyrone Tucker, and there was an unlawful killing of Matthew Reed Bonnett by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Just so you know, the principal instruction carries to every charge. The principal instruction carries to every charge, and I'm going to read the principal instruction. Except these are smudging the can. There we go. Let me read the principal instruction to you. This is the law the judge is going to advise you need to follow. If the defendant helped another person or persons attempt to commit a crime, the defendant commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did. If the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the following: number one, the defendant intended the crime to occur. And number two, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Judge, I would just ask if the defendant can return to the defense table. I'm not using any more video.
Okay, fair enough.
That principal instruction runs to every single crime. The defendant intended for the crime to occur. Did he intend for the robbery to occur? Of course he did. Of course he did. Did he act or say something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually attempt to commit the crime or to actually commit the crime? Sure he did. He got in the truck that day, loaded for bear, went over to the treehouse, got out, went in with Wilson, committed the crime, active participant. He's a principal to everything that happens. So was Travis. Travis was a principal. To be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be present when the crime is committed. And I asked Travis, if you'd have known him, did you know anything about principal or felony murder? He said, no, I didn't. Would you have ever gotten involved in this? Never, if I'd have known that. Is he remorseful? It doesn't matter. I submit that he is, but his testimony is supported by the evidence. Just a few more. Judge, how am I doing on time?
60 minutes, 59.
Okay. You know, this is a minor point, but in the Cosme videos, the defendant spent a lot of time going over the glare or the light in the front. If you watch the video, that glare never leaves that spot. That glare is coming from another location. If you watch the video, you can see the truck advance through that frame. When the truck advances through, there is a flash of light that I submit is the headlights of that truck, but the video speaks for itself, and you folks will be more than free to watch that video as many times as you would like. All the evidence will be going back with you to the jury room, so you'll have a chance to review everything. Paula testified that a small knife fell from somewhere. She thought it was Roger's knife. So there was a second knife involved, one on her throat, and the other one she saw fall that she thought was Roger's. Only one knife was recovered, but there is talk of two knives being involved in that fracas at the treehouse that resulted in Matthew Bonnett's stabbing. Folks, at this time, I submit to you that Travis Johnson has been proven to be credible over and over again. His testimony is corroborated by other testimony and by other videos and other pieces of evidence, the knife, the mask. Why should you believe him? Because he's corroborated. The devil is in the detail here. Paula generally speaking, testifies to a lot. The biggest change in Paula's testimony is her transition from not able to identify anything to it's not Tucker. And they're such good friends now that you saw pictures where he was laying in her hospital bed. She's supposedly got an infectious disease and he's laying there with his tongue hanging out, no mask on. That tells you the kind of friendship they have now. Roger Raggett, I submit to you, no one's going to tell that man to say anything that doesn't exist. I smoke, I drink, I think it was Bud Lights. I drink my Bud Lights and I smoke crack when I can. I go over to Paula's. Paula sells it at the Treehouse. Who supplies the party favors? She does. I don't bring it. But he goes over there and smokes her crack, smokes her weed. That's what he's been doing for how many years? And mowing lawn at the golf course. That's who he is. But his testimony corroborates Travis. And it corroborates Paula. I submit that Roger Raggett, completely believable. Is he the kind of guy you would normally see in your walk of life? Maybe not. Probably not. That doesn't mean he can't come in here and be truthful. That goes for all these witnesses. They might not be the kind of people you want at your Thanksgiving table. I don't know. But you're not here to judge their personal choices. You're here to judge the credibility of what they're telling you happened. And I submit to you that Travis Johnson, credible. Roger Raggett, credible. Paula, hit and miss.
That was kind of rude. These may not be the kind of people you want coming in and sitting at your Thanksgiving table, but that don't mean they can't come in here and tell the truth. Judgy much? Come on. Devil's clavicle, he meant, right, Mickey? Mm-hmm. He's saying all that one person says you're there and you're guilty. The hearsay thing, so with the closing arguments, I guess it's more argument than like actual. They're told that this is not evidence, right? In closing arguments. So they're given a little bit more free reign with that kind of thing. So this guy's a balloon knot. So in other words, he's a butthole, Steph. Okay. We'll continue. We'll continue.
At the end of the day, when you go back to and you talk about this testimony and you watch these videos and you, by the way, you're allowed to read back on anything. If there's something that you would like to hear again, you can ask the judge to do that. You can ask the judge for whatever it is that will aid in your deliberations. You're free to communicate.
Yes, Gail, exactly. Jesus would disagree, right? All right.
That with the court, and the court will do what they can to abide by your wishes. But at the end of the day, I submit to you that we have proven this case well beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to go back to that jury room and don't be afraid to find this defendant guilty and hold him accountable for what he did that night in November of 2017 to Matthew Bonnett, to Paula Belmont, to Roger Raggett. Folks, I thank you.
Members of the jury, you're going to hear the defendant's closing argument in just a moment. I want to explain to you our schedule. I think it's important you understand why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. I would like to have all the closings finished before the lunch break. It's going to mean that we're going to have a little later lunch than what we're accustomed to, but I think it's important for there to be continuity and not have any major breaks between one argument and another. So we'll be taking a bit of a later lunch. When you get back from lunch, then you'll hear the closing instructions and you'll have the case for your deliberations. What I'd like to do at the moment is to give you a 5-minute break. This is in the jury room. If anyone just needs to stretch or use the facilities, give you an opportunity before we go into another closing. So take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to hear the defendant's closing. All right, so that means 11:40. We'll be back, and we'll have just 5 minutes, 6 minutes. 11:40. We'll return.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Lee, here we go. You ready for this?
Behave yourself. Behave yourself.
Yeah, I said it. I didn't say it. Judge Judy said it. That's Judge Judy's voice anyway. Morgana says, let it be documented that I did not start this. I know, right, Brenda? 20 minutes for Tucker. We'll be back tomorrow. For sure. For sure. Right, Brenda, he needs an hour or a little more. Nope, I just wanted to call him the A word, but Jenny no likey. Oh, I don't care if you call him that. Good morning. Did I miss anything good? Billy, not so much. They're in closing arguments. But good morning. I think the max is an hour and a half. I see Tucker using every last moment. He said yesterday that he thought that he would need an hour. So, never, says Lee. Yeah, Tucker will go all the way back to his birth, right? Steph said, I love that Lee gets it when I'm the one who said balloon nut. Hey, QB Designs, good morning. She said, got here just in time. I think that was kind of a head nod that the judge gave a little break before his closing and that he's making it so he can do his before, so there's no break. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's see if we can fast forward. Can we fast forward? Are we behind right now? I think we might. Are we? We probably are a couple minutes behind. Okay, hold your seatbelts. Put your seatbelts on, guys. We're going to do a time warp. All right, we're live now, and they're not back. Well, they're back. Okay. Looks like he's got his game face on. Whee! Hair flying backwards. Woohoo! Says Brenda. Oh, wait. Is today her birthday? Wait. QB Designs. It's QB Designs' birthday. Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dork. I get to call her Dork. Happy birthday to you. And many more on Channel 4. And all the rest on CBS. I bet he's nervous as heck. I bet he is. Everybody, let's give is it not your birthday? She's saying no. Well, is it QB Design's birthday for real? Because I literally just sang it to her. I hope it's your birthday. Yeah, it is her birthday. She said, thanks, y'all. All right. Steph says if it's not really her birthday, Elizabeth Beach is going to hear it. Okay, it is. It is QB Design's birthday. So, yay. Happy birthday to you. I hope you have an amazing day. Oh, Steph says she wants to sing it in Portuguese for her. I'm going to be right back so I can send an audio. That's the cutest. Yes. Put all the birthday wishes in the chat for QB Designs. Happy birthday. I hope you get a yummy birthday cake and whatever your favorite thing is for dinner or breakfast or lunch, and you have the best day ever. And thank you for spending part of your birthday with us. All right, are we ready for the closings for Mr. Tucker? Let's get on with it. We will continue now. Continuing.
So everybody can be seated. We'll just wait for the remaining juror and make ourselves comfortable. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. Now the opportunity for the defendant to make closing argument. Mr. Tucker?
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. First, let me apologize to start off here. As you can see, I'm noticeably irritated, angry, upset. And there's a good reason why. Mr. Mansfield up here corroborated, pounded that into your heads, right? Again, all Travis corroborated was his own story. That's it. Literally, all those details that he just handed out to you, the drawing, the map, the I said this, I did that, all this stuff. Yeah, somebody was there who did the crime could actually tell you all those things. Makes sense. And he's saying that's the only thing that makes sense is that Travis is actually, believable. Okay, well, when I put myself on the stand yesterday, Mr. Mansfield didn't impeach my testimony once. Not once. He said, prove that I lied anywhere in there. Then he goes ahead and he corroborates my testimony by saying, oh, you told the investigators the same thing 6 years ago. Yes, I did. And why I'm upset? 6 years ago. And after 6 years, the state comes up here with Travis said. That's why I'm here, right? That's what it boils down to. And, I got to say, yes, I am upset. I'm literally sick to my stomach right now.
Objection, Judge, to the improper argument.
Well, I will overrule the objection. If you're sick, you need to take a break, sir. I'll certainly give you an opportunity.
I meant I'm sick, because I had to sit there and listen to this.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Mansfield even says in his argument, in his closing argument, 2 guys. That's what all the evidence says. That's what it said from the beginning. Go back to the corroboration. Again, Cosme video doesn't corroborate Travis's story. Even Detective Fernandez, who he brings up, says corroborates Travis's story, right? No, he doesn't. He says, when I asked him, can you see anybody in the truck? Can you see anybody, a getaway driver sitting in the truck? Fernandez says, no, you can't see anybody sitting in the truck. We went over that ad nauseum, right? Nobody's sitting in the truck. So that doesn't corroborate Travis's story. Do you see 2 people getting out of where the truck was? Sure. But what's to say that wasn't Travis? How's that end up being me? That the prosecutor never says. Not once does he say how that becomes me. Anyway, so let's go on from there. We've got, Malone, Detective Malone. Now, here's the thing, another point that was making me very ill. The prosecution went ahead and they made sure that you didn't hear about the investigation, how it went.
Objection, Judge, improper argument.
And I will sustain that objection.
Okay. So, anyway, let's go here. I came here. I was living, right? I live in Oregon. That's where I live now. I didn't try and hide from this thing.
Okay. I paused it. I have somebody in the backstage. I have somebody in the backstage. So I think we get to hear it. Can I add you to the stage now? I don't see your face, but I don't have to see your face. That's okay. All we need to do is hear your voice. I'm going to add you. Are you ready? Ready? Okay. Okay. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, you don't see my face because I'm in bed and I have no pants on. I don't want to accidentally show anything.
You want to see my shocked face?
Yes.
I expect that.
As I was joining too, I'm like, shit, I should have peed before I did this.
Oh my God. I'm so happy. So, okay. I want to hear this.
Okay. I apologize for my singing voice. Let me get that out first. Parabéns a você nesta data querida. Muitas felicidades, muitos anos de vida. Happy birthday, QB!
That was amazing.
Yay! There's another verse, but I don't know it. That's just the one that most people sing.
That is amazing. I love it. Brenda says sexy Steffi.
Ooh!
Pants are overrated, right? I know, QB Designs. I say so too.
Especially when you're sleeping. My legs get itchy.
Yeah, I know. Same.
All right, I'm gonna go now so we can get back to listening to this canoe,
Mm.
and go pee.
All right. Well,
Okay,
thanks. Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
and you'll have to tell me when it's your birthday so I can do the same for you.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
bye. Love you. See you in chat.
All right. I love that was the cutest. That was the cutest. Told y'all, says QB Designs, right? That was pretty. All right. Okay, let's get back to the madness. All right. We took a slight detour, but that was a fun detour, right? I love that. That's a pretty language. Pretty language. All right. Okay. Pantsless is always good, says Lee. Oh, Tucker is in Billy's neck of the woods. Okay. All right. Best gift ever. All right. I know. I can't. Now it sucks because my birthday was in October, right? Which was just a few months ago. So now I have to wait a whole like 9 more months before, like that's a whole enough time to grow a whole daggone baby before I get my Portuguese birthday song. So anyway, all right. You're welcome, barbecue. I would have sent extra scoops as birthday confetti if I had known. QB Designs, Joanna. It's QB Designs' birthday. Billy says, Brenda, about an hour and a half from Oregon. Okay, okay. All right, here we go.
I came here of my own free will, hopped on a plane, came down to Key West, right? Yeah, as Mr. Mansfield suggested, my wife is a multimillionaire. That's true, absolutely. I could be standing in front of you with slick lawyers, you know, that kind of thing.
Judge, proper argument.
I will overrule the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
Yes.
Sidebar cities are usually not, they're usually not like used much in opening or closings. So I don't know, what they're wanting to argue here. Steph says we like Main Bar City. All right, Lee, really Sidebar City during a closing? I know.
And look, I put myself before you guys, and almost every piece of evidence the prosecution wanted to put in, I let them. I didn't object. Go ahead, put it in. Go ahead, put it in. Why? Because not any of that says I did anything. None of it. Now, he wants to go to the DNA results, and they want to use inconclusive as a positive, right? That's what they're trying to do. Now, inconclusive means exactly that, inconclusive. And then to boot, when he starts, talking about the sweatshirt and the gloves, these are things that weren't even recovered from the crime scene, don't have anything to do with the crime as far as we know, right? They were recovered from the warehouse. That's true. Somewhere's in there in the warehouse. They didn't put those into evidence. Those weren't found at the crime scene. They weren't found to have the victim's blood or DNA or anything like that on them. They're found to be in the warehouse. Again, that means nothing. Going back to it again, looking at this, okay, what is it? Let's see. Oh, yeah, so he wants to say, again, Travis's story is corroborated, right? Again, the weapons. We go down to the weapons. Travis says, a pipe and a knife. Roger Ruggett, who he said is very believable, very credible, right? Okay, he says 2 knives. That's what he says. Now, Paula does say something about a smaller knife later. That's true. And yes, she believes it's to be Roger Ruggett's, not one of the ones that was brought to the scene. And again, it was never put into evidence as something being found at the scene. So, okay, again, it's just trying to confuse and literally trying to dilute your minds with things that don't mean anything. None of this means anything. I go over, and I was looking at all the witnesses that they brought, right? All these witnesses. Okay, yes, Dr. Speckbauer comes in and says that knife killed Matthew Bonnett, right? Okay, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. But what says I'm carrying that knife? What says that I'm using that knife? Nothing, right? That just says that, that knife was used to kill Matthew Bonnett, right? Okay, they bring the DNA expert. DNA expert said, you don't find my DNA anywhere on any item, anything that has to do with this crime. Again, the best they can pull out is inconclusive on some things that weren't even found at the crime scene. Now, again, I'm not trying to mislead anybody. I'm telling you guys, like I said, I put let them put in what they want, let them put up the testimony they want, anything they wanted. And this is the best they have. After 6 years, and yes, I'm angry. I'm not going to say I'm not. That would be a lie too. I get up there and again, I'm looking at this, was it, didn't happen, didn't need to, all right, hold on. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is another one. Talks about corroboration. The clothes. I want to go back to the clothes that people were wearing. Travis's story. He takes us back to the warehouse. We go upstairs. We change into dark clothing. That's what he said. That's what he testified to. Paula, on the other hand, testifies that Rory Wilson's wearing the same clothes, and he actually uses this in his PowerPoint. That Paula testifies, wearing the same clothes she saw him in earlier that day. So where did he change clothes? Again, where'd that happen? Because if he's wearing the same clothes he's wearing that afternoon, then why isn't he in different clothes? Because Travis said he went up and changed. So how's that corroborated? It's not. Again, and then you talk about Travis's testimony, matching the other witnesses, matching the other evidence that's in this case, right? Travis tries to put the knife in my hand. Well, the DNA says differently. Now, again, how do you explain, again, you can say that, oh, well, he may have used gloves. Well, okay, no, again, Travis, he says he doesn't see anybody put on gloves. Nobody else says that either. Okay, so how does that happen? If the knife is in my hand and I'm committing a crime with it, it should have my DNA on it. That's that simple. They use that for that crime. again, and then go back to the felony murder thing and the whole idea of, you have to, it doesn't matter whether you participated or whether or not, not that you participated, that you actually killed the person. Well, he can't even prove any of that. You can't prove I was there. You can't prove that I actually committed any crime, that I actually did anything, that I even discussed a crime with them. He can't even prove that. He can't prove one element of his case, not one. And we'll talk about somebody who's being misleading, somebody who's trying to hide things. Okay, he wants to talk about, okay, the conversation I had at McDonald's with Paula, right? And how, I discussed how I had the knife and, or not how I had the knife, but how I knew the knife was, it was Matt's blood on the knife, right? But then he doesn't want me to tell you about what interrogators talked to me about when I was down when I was down being grilled all night. What they actually told me.
Judge, I'm gonna object. Can we go sidebar?
Okay.
Another sidebar city. Wonder if that was did you guys hear that when he said when the detective Paula that I had the knife, and I was like, ooh, was that I don't know what's the right word, like a faux pas, like an oops, uh, uh, an admittance, so to speak. Prosecution is stalling and taking up Tucker's time. Well, I think, though, that they stop the clock when they have sidebars. Double standards, says Steph. Yeah, he's getting aggravated because they keep doing the objection sidebars. I mean, that's not, you don't usually do that in closing arguments. Joanna says, is he banned from Walmart? Buy a new shirt, Tucker. Yeah, they'll take the sidebar timing into account. Yep. And looks like they're back.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, you'll have to forgive me. It's upsetting.
Keep your voice up, please.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, I went down to the station. I was there all night. You have to, again, I can't tell you how the interrogation or the interview went. I can't tell you what they told me. I can't tell you anything about that. Which again, it is very frustrating, not to be able to provide you with any of that information. I wish I could. And again, Mr. Mansfield also alluded to, nothing being tampered with, nothing, being, was it mishandled or whatever. Again, I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Judge, again, objection to the way he's stating this. There's no evidence of mishandling of evidence or
Again,
tampering.
In any event, we're going to members of the jury. Remember, this is closing argument, all right? And it's based upon the evidentiary record, and we're limited to the evidence, both sides, that is in the trial. Not beyond that. So Mr. Tucker can certainly make arguments pertaining to the evidence in the trial.
Okay.
In terms of rulings that the judge made, that's really not for jurors' considerations.
And Your Honor, I would just submit that even by saying what he just said, it's again, you're going beyond stuff that's been admitted into the trial.
Well, but in any event,
But
just
I'll
continue with
watch
your
myself.
argument.
I'll watch myself. Again, let's go back to this. Okay, same clothes. Then the hoodie thing. Travis Johnson never mentions that once. I don't think anywhere in his testimony he ever talks about a hoodie. Was it a hoodie thing with a hoodie mask or anything like that? Where that actually comes from is from Paula Belmont's, her testimony. That is there. I don't remember Travis Johnson ever once talking about a hoodie, but he does talk about a neck gaiter. He does talk about that. And the neck gaiter thing, okay, you know, he submits that, oh, it's good for covering up a beard, all this other stuff. It's like, okay, you know, it's also good for covering a face. That's it, right? And you would think out of all these witnesses we've had, right? Some of them you heard, some of them you haven't, but the ones that you've even heard here, okay, if you have a neck gaiter covering up your face with Jägermeister written all over it, you think somebody probably would have said that. Somebody would have identified that, right? But does anybody? No. They identify it as two skull masks. They identify it as a hoodie thing, you know, depending on which way, you know, what angle I guess they saw them from. You know, I can't say, but I can say this. You would think that, you know, Jägermeister all over your face would probably be something you could identify, I would think. Then we go back to this. It's like, okay, oh, yeah, loves the word corroborated. Yeah, that was one. And, you know, I couldn't believe corroborated. There's nothing corroborated here. Then he goes into the masks that, that Travis describes in the video. And again, that's not attributed to me at all. That isn't attributed to Rory Wilson again. Yes, Rory Wilson apparently wore this skull mask or a demon mask, whatever you want to call. Yes, it's fearsome. It's nasty. I'm not going to say it's not. I've seen it. But at the same time, it's not something that's saying I'm wearing. It has nothing to do with it, right? So, okay, then you've got the knife. And again, going back to that. Travis had a nice knife collection. I can't testify as far as for Travis, but what I can say is he could describe that knife in great detail, down to ball bearings in it. Yet it's supposed to be my knife. Now, if it's my knife, how do you get in such great detail? I just, again, it doesn't make sense as far as that goes. I mean, the guy, he sits there and he can describe every little detail of this knife, but he's going to try and say it's mine. I can't do that. I couldn't do it back then. I can't do it now. So, again, I don't understand that. Let's see. We got into the, Travis saying that Rory was with that mask, but then he tries to attribute it to me. Knife, great detail. Okay. And, oh, yeah. Hold on a second. Oh, no. We got that one too. Okay. So, he also makes a big point to talk about what they don't know. What they don't know, right? Okay, which seems to be a lot, right? Again, you look at all the evidence in this case. I can go down the witnesses. I can go down all the evidence in this case. There's not a single thing that says I did anything other than Travis Johnson. That's it, right? And Danielle Malone, based on Travis Johnson, right? She admits that on the stand. Her story comes from Travis Johnson. Okay, well, again, talk about credibility-wise. And, he did try and say that Travis threw out my name without being told by Captain Phelps. That's not true either. If you watch that video when you go back in there, that's not true. What she does is says, if I remember correctly, it's we all know who the asshole in this story is, right? Again, and then he replies back, is it Ty? That's not him coming out and saying Ty did, Ty's the one who did it. That would be a strong statement. That would be, okay, Ty did it. No, is it Ty? Because he's looking to please Captain Phelps. Now, that's another thing. I did put in the whole Captain Phelps video with Travis, right? So I could show you where that whole getaway driver story came from. She literally tells him the entire story. He parrots it back. All he says is, yeah, that's what happened, right? Now, the details after that, of course he knows the details. He was there. He can go ahead and draw a map. He can go ahead and tell you, man, there's two guys getting out. And he can tell you all that stuff. Why? He's there. That's simple. Again, nothing that says I was there. It just says he was there, right? So, okay, you got that. And, the whole parroting back thing, yes, there are things in that, and I knew when I put that video on there. Yes, there's some testimony in there that makes me sound horrible. But again, when you listen to, okay, you listen to that testimony, but okay, April Walker, she's not here to testify. There's a good reason why. Captain Phelps, who headed the investigation, right? Headed the investigation. The one that's in that video. She's not here to testify. There's a good reason why.
Violation of Halliburton.
Okay, I'll sustain the
And ask
objection.
for curative.
Well, you're going to have to approach and
What is this approach for? QB Designs, I agree. She should send him to law school. I mean, I feel like he potentially could do good in law school, right? I don't know. Just playing the devil's clavicle here.
members of the jury, please disregard any mention of Penny Phelps not being here to testify in this trial. Okay, you can continue.
Okay. We go back to Roger Rugged. You know, prosecutor again comes up and he wants to say that, you know, I did like this and I built like this. It's Roger Rugged, you know, he's talking about the height of the person who actually attacked him, right? Well, unfortunately for the prosecution, Travis is pretty close to the same height as I am, almost, you know, pretty close. And yes, I don't think Roger Rugged, you know, again, I think he is a credible witness. I don't think he's lying one bit, you know, and when I asked him if he knew my name, I asked him that because, okay, in the report that they used to get me here, yes, it says specifically that Roger Rugged said, you know, said I, within my name, did this. Roger Rugged said he didn't say that, right? He didn't say that, but that was what was in the report.
Objection, Judge. The facts not in evidence.
I believe there was some examination of that report, so I'll overrule the objection.
And yes, the report was also used by Danielle Malone when she gave her testimony. So, you know, when she was doing the video. And we go back to Danielle Malone now. Again, we could probably go all day on that. But Danielle Malone, she testified she was what? The fourth investigator down on the hierarchy here. And again, you heard yesterday when I asked her about Anthea Clay, right? And in their own words, yes, Anthea Clay was a suspect. Anthea Clay was never tried to be apprehended. And, you know, they tried, as a matter of fact, again, you know, we asked plenty of times about Anthea Clay, but, you know, again, we find her, what, 2 years later? Guess where she is? 2 doors down from the crime where she was.
Okay, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay.
I will sustain the objection. Your deliberations in the argument are limited to the evidence that was presented.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Well, in the evidence presented, you saw the video with Paula Belmont in the hospital. And yes, Paula did change her story many times. You know, she won't deny that. You know, there were different reasons for that because Paula Belmont did testify in the perpetuated testimony that her discussions with Detective Pitcher over and over again. Yeah, there was a time she questioned whether or not I did it. And that's understandable when the police are telling you that. She testifies to that in that perpetuated testimony. So yes, she does waver on her testimony. And then the video we saw yesterday at the hospital, this woman, okay, she had just gone through this crime, right? And she's being questioned in the hospital. And yeah, I mean, there's some things she's saying in there that definitely could be misconstrued. I mean, when I played that one in the very beginning, it almost makes it sound like she's saying Todd is dead, you know, which Todd was the guy who goes and runs up the hill and, you know, gets the 911 caller, but it makes it sound that way, right? You know, but the one thing she is very clear about, she's very clear about this. Anna did this. Anna is the one who set this up. Anna is the one who wanted me beat up. She tried to do it with other people. Melissa Damas, she tried to do it with Crystal Dinklocker. You know, literally tried to set this crime up with other people, right? But yet she doesn't rise to the level of a suspect. Now, I know I'm not allowed to talk about, you know, the investigation or anything like that. But again, you got a question is, okay, this is a homicide detective, right? She's supposed to be investigating this crime, and yet that doesn't rise to the level of a suspect. So that is questionable. Again, her testimony as an expert, was it not expert, it's her experience and her training is what she says. Due to my experience and my training, I can identify this in this video. When we played the video for you guys, you can't see anything in there. You can't see anything except shadows, and you can't identify a single person in there. Yet they want to say it corroborates Travis's story. Okay, yes, Travis drove the truck there. I believe that all day. Yes, I believe that they probably went around, once a minute, trying to case the joint, trying to figure out, if there's anybody watching, whatever, But I also believe Travis and Rory got out of that truck. And I believe Travis went and committed this crime. Now, Travis, yeah, when I did my cross on Travis, you saw how he went from being the sweet, innocent, getaway driver to, again, he was highly agitated. If I guess that's the best way I could put it. But again, I was a little nervous there for a second. I'm not gonna lie. But the thing is okay. So again, his story changes and vacillates, which that was another one. The whole vacillating thing. We went through that, and I actually asked him specifically. I was like, okay, does that mean you're not telling the truth? Does that mean you're lying? Is that a fancy way of saying it? I actually had to look up what the word meant. I didn't even know. But yet the prosecutor and Travis both use this word repeatedly. Vacillating. Oh, I was vacillating. You were vacillating. Okay. It's a fancy word for saying lying, right? And he
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And he admits it the next day when he comes in to finish his testimony. He comes back here, and immediately when Mr. Mansfield puts him on redirect, he comes back and he says, were you not telling the truth? And he finally says it. He finally says, no, I wasn't telling the truth to begin with. He wasn't. That's true. He wasn't telling the truth. I think you guys can figure that out. I don't need to tell you what, the difference between vacillating and lying. You can figure that out for yourselves. But no, he did not tell the truth when he first got in there, right? Hasn't told the truth since. But he wants you to believe him now. Now he's credible, right? Now he's credible. But again, you're talking about the deal again. This man is getting off a life sentence. He's getting out of his part of this crime, by saying that I did this. That's what it boils down to. He's trading my life for his. And yeah, he got a hell of a deal, 5 years. That's what he got, the time he did in jail. And all he has to do is testify against me. Now, again, I get up there, I tell my story. You may not like me. You may not like my lifestyle, anything like that, anything like that. But it doesn't mean I did this, and I got out there and I told the truth, told it, as I can remember, as much as I can remember the truth, and as much as I'm allowed to tell, because I'm not allowed to say everything. I wish I could. But no, I get up there and I tell my story, and Mr. Mansfield comes up here, and if you look at the questions he asked me, were they about the crime? They weren't about the crime. He pulls out a picture of me with my beard. Look at this guy. Oh, he was staying at Cots. Like that makes me, that makes me a murderer because I'm staying at Cots. How does that play into it? He asked me all these questions that none of them really have anything to do about the crime. It's literally trying to, again, I look, a certain way, I live a certain way, or I live someplace. Again, what's that have to do with anything other than trying to confuse you to the facts? The facts are pretty simple. He even says, everything says two people. Everything in this crime, it says two people except Travis. That's it. And if I'm Travis, yeah. And Captain Phelps goes ahead and tells me, this story. Let me tell you a story, because you're the driver and you picked them up, you drove them down there. They got out, they did this. Yeah, and you're right. He didn't know about felony murder when he's given this story. He's fully believing that Captain Phelps is going to take care of him. That Captain Phelps is going to make sure that he doesn't get charges on this crime. That's what he's believing. That's true. But again, he doesn't know about felony murder. So now he's tagged with that, right? Well, now the only way to get out of that is to give you somebody else. That's it. And I am upset. I am very upset. I can't tell you how much. It's cost me 6 years so far. Anyway, so let's see. We're going back to Paula's testimony. We went through the consistency on that. Again, when she's in the hospital, she's in a state of, again, she's just gone through this horrible crime. She just saw her friend get killed. And yeah, we don't know if she's on medications. We don't know anything about it other than, yes, she's says one thing and, at this time she says something else when she gets, again, a chance to think about it, actually calm down, maybe not be on meds, and actually think about things, Mr. Mansfield, again, you want to talk about bringing up things that don't mean anything. Okay. Yes. Paula and I become friends, and yes, she takes a trip to California, and you allude to her lifestyle, but she was staying at COTS or something like that. But now, but then tries to throw in the fact that I have a wealthy wife. What's that have to do with anything? Has nothing to do with anything, but he's going to throw that in there. I mean, again, this whole corroborates thing. What corroborates Travis's story? That's what you got to look back at. What really does, other than his own testimony, other than the police he told, right? He told his story to the police. Now, whether or not they wanted to believe it, that's up to them, but at the same time, it's the only thing they're using against me. That's it. And when he had his chance, he has me up on the stand. He can ask me anything he wants. And yet, not one thing proved I was lying. Not one. And then he asked me again, going back to the police station, did you tell the same story 6 years ago? Yes, I did. My story hasn't changed. Unlike Mr. Mansfield said, Travis's story hasn't changed the whole time, but I watched it change on the stand. Literally, it went from one day it was this and the next day it's that. But mine hasn't changed over 6 years, and I haven't taken a deal. I haven't taken a deal to do anything because, again.
Objection, Judge, and proper argument.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's see. Okay, and that's the other one. Travis says he goes to get cigarettes on the video for Florida Keys Electric. Who's to say that's true? Who says that's true? Because me personally, what I want to, what I would actually submit. Again, if he just committed this crime with Roy Wilson, he's going to go up to, to the Tom Thumb to get cigarettes? Or is he going up there to check out what happened and where Rory is? Because, you left Rory behind supposedly, right? Well, wouldn't you kind of wonder what happened if you were him? Wouldn't you want to go check it out? Make sure that, did Rory get busted by the police? Is he going to be talking? Who knows? I don't know. I know he came back with Rory Wilson. I do know that. I know they don't have me on video doing anything, not a single thing. Right? No physical evidence, right? So there's no physical evidence putting me there. There is no video evidence putting me there. There is no forensics evidence putting me there. Nothing puts me there committing this crime, right? Nothing actually puts me even, again, if you want to talk about, the definition, I looked up the definitions, that we have for, felony murder and all, and the other charges. I don't even have to be there, right? But okay, what's to say I had anything to do with it, even if I wasn't there? There's nothing saying I actually, sat here and conspired with those guys. No, it says that at all, right? And again, for as much as Mr. Mansfield doesn't like my story, he hasn't shown anything that says it's wrong. So, okay, and when you talk about who's going to be believable, yes, and okay, Paula Belmont, yes, she does eventually realize that it was, again, that voice did not match mine. And it may have been because we became friends. I don't know, right? I really don't. I'm not her. I can't tell you that. But I do know that, yes, she realizes that that was not the same voice she heard, right? Okay, like I said, I can't speak for her. As far as, as far as Paula's friendship and my friendship, I told you yesterday on the stand how that happened. and yeah, when I couldn't talk to her and she was telling that, telling that stuff to the press, you don't think it sat there. And I mean, I'm looking at this woman and I'm like, she doesn't owe me a thing, not one thing. And she's up there telling the media this stuff. And yeah, it was hard to sit there and watch that and not be able to talk to her. And you want to know what first thing I said to her? First thing I said to her is, "You're an idiot." That's what I told her.
Objection, Judge, facts not
All right,
evidence.
we'll sustain the objection.
Anyway, so to suggest that Paula has any motives other than, again, trying to give what she knows about this crime. Matt was her friend too. No, I'm not her only friend. Matt was her friend for a very long time. And if she thought I had anything to do with it, she did testify to this. What was the words? I could burn in hell like the other two. Yeah. She's, so no. The thought that she would actually be in that picture with me, making funny faces at the hospital. Do you really think she would be doing that if she thought I had something to do with this? It's like, it's insane. And maybe that's why I am so angry. It's like, it is insane to think that, I go through 6 years and this is what they bring you. And this could be anybody. It doesn't matter. I just happen to be the guy. I happen to be the guy that's the one they want, right? Okay. And it's, oh, we can get this guy to say he did it. Okay. I don't even see the logic in that. If you've got, going back to the backpack, he saw me running down the street with this backpack and I got things fumbling out of it and all that other stuff. Am I found with the backpack? No. He comes up with a story about, how it's mysteriously ends up in his trunk, but he never tells you anything other than that. He doesn't say I put it there. And sure enough, again, I didn't. He says I helped him, but there's nobody who saw that either, right? Nobody can prove that. Nobody was there to see it, but that's what he says. So it must be true, right? No, actually what is true though, is he had that backpack up in Big Pine. And yes, it was part of the crime. And according to, again, Danielle Malone, it was not just thrown into a closet. It was actually placed up underneath of an air conditioner, right? Not like you just threw it in there. It meant more like you meant to hide it. Now, again, because Travis tries to say, I'm the one, right? I'm the one who had it. No, I'm not. And I keep on going through all these things that he says corroborates this stuff. I'm sorry, bless you. And then, okay, he says he wasn't shown those videos. He wasn't shown the Cosme videos until after his confession, right? Or he wasn't shown until after his confession. Yeah, it's true. He gave a confession, but he doesn't actually talk about the different things in the videos until after they show it to him. He confesses he was there. He takes, I'm the getaway driver. Yes, just what you said, Captain Phelps, I'm there. I'm the getaway driver. He says that he confesses to, but he doesn't give the details until after he sees the videos. That's what happens after that. Because there's a difference between the confession and the videos. So, okay, then we go back to the vacillated thing. We already covered that. And let's see. Oh, that was another one. Paula. The prosecutor liked using Paula's statements when he wants you to believe they're true. But then he, again, when they're about me, when they actually have something to say about me, then they're not true, right? So it's only true if it backs up the prosecutor's story, not mine, right? But I will say this, is Paula did say that she wasn't sure, but Travis could have been the guy who was with Rory Wilson earlier that day when they came over in the afternoon. She says that. And she wasn't sure. She didn't know Travis. That part everybody agrees to. And could she identify, positively identify him? Not at that time, right? But she does say that it could have been, could have been Travis. So yeah, Travis may have been at the Treehouse earlier than the prosecutor suggests. Then we go back to, let's see, Because, and you got to forgive me. I am not as polished as the prosecutor. I'm not a lawyer. I think we did this when we did voir dire. I'm not a very good, I'm not the best public speaker or anything like that. But I did come here, and yeah, I thought it was important that you see me for me. I don't know. I don't know if that's smart or not. I do know it was very frustrating at times, and I apologize for that. I'm not the best. And but we're almost at the end here, guys, as far as things go. Yeah, we already did this as far as, I haven't been able to tell you the whole story, and that kind of,
Objection, Judge, to this line of questioning.
Well,
it's not questioning, and
sustain the objection to that
Okay.
argument.
Well, I would suggest this, that yes, as as we can see, I don't want it to seem like I'm being untruthful just because I can't say something.
Objection, Judge, improper bolstering.
We'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. We got the Paula says the knife is Rogers. And yeah, again, it's hard for me because he wants to talk about, my conversation with Paula.
Improper argument, objection.
Well, I believe he's referring to the McDonald's.
Yes, I was.
Okay, so we'll overrule the objection, so go ahead.
Anyway, I was talking about that. And going back to that, again, the prosecutor submits to you, there's no way I could have known whether or not Matt's blood, whether it was Matt's blood, Paula's blood, whoever's blood on the knife. But again, I was there for, I don't know, it was a long time, being interrogated all night. That's all I can say. I was there for a long time. And yes, I came into contact with people who knew things that I don't. So submitting submitting to you that there's no other way I could have known that is very misleading. And that's what I look, when you guys go back there, I do think we made a great choice as far as the jury. I do. We've tried to find people who are going to look at this and look at the evidence. And when you go back there and you look at the evidence, don't believe my words, don't believe his words, I guess. Look at the evidence and see what it says. The evidence in this case, I'm not, maybe, again, you don't have to like me. You don't have to think I'm, I don't even, you may think I'm the biggest.
Objection, Judge,
whatever.
to the pandering.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Anyway, what I'm asking you to do is just look at the evidence. That's it. Look at what it says. And if it says that, I did something, if you think that, man, I did something based on that evidence, okay, fine. But if you're going to, again, I look at it now and I'm like, really? It comes down to whether or not you believe Travis. That's what it comes down to. And whether or not you believe me, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what to think. This whole corroborating thing, that's for you to decide. It really is. Do you think that evidence actually says I did something? If you don't think it did, then man, I would submit that's reasonable doubt. I don't see where there isn't reasonable doubt in here, but that's not for me to decide. I know what I did that day. I know what I didn't do that day. You guys don't. So I'm going to have to trust you. I'm going to have to trust that you're going to look at the evidence. You're going to look at the videos. You're going to look at all this stuff. And then you're going to decide. I can't tell you what to think. But what I can tell you is, I can tell you that it's not as the state would suggest. State, they say they've made their case. They proved every element of their case. How is that proof? How's one man's word against another? How's that proof? So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to give you a whole big slick speech, but one of the things when I was talking about the lawyers, and whether or not I need lawyers, and maybe I did, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. I felt the truth doesn't.
Objection, Judge.
Overrule the objection.
I felt like
Sidebar?
Yes.
You guys, your comments are amazing. I've been reading them. I agree. Tucker's doing a pretty good job. And, maybe the prosecution is nervous and they're like, we're going to just try to uh, nip and tuck this every which way we can, right? So, um, Don says he should have put a tie on for closing arguments. He might have one on. The other day I saw he had this hooded, or not hooded, this pullover on, but underneath of it he had a shirt and like a dress shirt and a tie on under it. So I don't know. I can't tell with him standing sideways like that what he's got on. But um yeah, I think he's oh, it looks like he does have a shirt and tie on under it. Nice job, Tucker.
Anyway, back to that. Look, I told the truth. I gave you guys everything again, everything you could need as far as what they want to bring. I didn't object very much. It didn't stop them from putting things in.
Your voice up, Mr. Tucker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
So again, I gave you as much as the prosecution wanted to show, right? And while I didn't put on the defense I wanted to, I didn't. But there are reasons for that too, and I can't talk about them either. But here's the one thing, and I'm going to leave this at that. I'm not going to sit up here and go through everything again and just rehash this stuff. What I am going to tell you is that Mr. Mansfield said, "Don't be afraid to find me guilty." Right? Don't be afraid of it. And what I would submit is that you should be afraid not to find me guilty. That part, no. But you should be afraid that, man, any single one of you could be right where I am.
Objection, Judge. Golden rule violation.
I'll sustain that objection.
Well, apparently I need to study up on my closing arguments, but I think you guys got the point. There's no evidence in this thing. We've already talked about that. Every single witness they brought, not a single one says anything other than Travis or Danielle Malone, who is basing it off Travis. So, Paula, you can believe Paula or not believe Paula. That's up to you. I can't tell you what to think. I can tell you that, yes, she did vacillate, to use the prosecutor's word, between different time periods, and there's reasons for that. It's not like, this whole thing hasn't had things that have happened in between, right? But anyway, I am trusting that you're going to go back there and you're going to look at the evidence and base it on the evidence like we talked about. And I did tell you at the very beginning when we did Boyd Dyer, I was like, there's this presumption of guilt, and now people have a tendency to think you're guilty, right off the rap. And yeah, the presumption of innocence is hard. It really is. But does the prosecutor prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. Other than that, I gotta say, I think how I'd probably be feeling right now. But the best I got is, we put on a case, and they put on a case, and all I'd say is all that show and all that thing you see as far as putting it up in PowerPoint, not a single thing that was up there couldn't be explained by Travis being the guy who was there. That's it. Simple. It made it very complicated putting me into this thing. But now, two people, it's real simple. That's what the evidence says. It says two. All the witnesses say that. All the evidence says that. So it's up to you guys to decide. I'd just like to thank you for taking the time, and for listening and for paying attention, seeing what this is. But at that point, I don't think I have anything to add. I wasn't coming up here with a speech, I just was going to come up here and discuss what happened. Anyway, I thank you for your time. And like I said, I hope you guys can just go back there, look at the evidence, and look at it for what it is. See it for what it is. But other than that, thank you for putting up with me, putting up with this. But yeah, I think I'll go ahead and let you guys decide. So, thank you.
So the state has an opportunity to make a rebuttal argument. You have up to,
Can we just have a 5-minute break before we start?
I don't really think so. I think, we have 28 minutes that is max that you have, so.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to thank you for your patience and courtesy and attention during the course of this trial. Your participation in this process is both important to the state of Florida and to also Mr. Tucker. Now, my colleague, Mr. Mansfield, said, devil is in the details. And I'm going to stress that fact and just highlight a couple of different things to rebut some of the things that Mr. Tucker tried to represent to you. I would submit to you respectfully, there's a big difference between not being able to ID a second guy and years later saying it wasn't Mr. Tucker that was involved. There's a huge difference in that. The judge at the end of this case is going to give you some instructions, and one of those instructions deals with weighing the evidence. It's going to tell you it is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should utilize your common sense in determining which evidence is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon. Again, the devil is in the details. What is the motive for Travis Johnson to come onto this witness stand and point the finger at this defendant, Mr. Tucker? Mr. Tucker's correct. Travis Johnson was there. Travis Johnson owned up to this robbery that went bad, that turned into a murder that resulted in the death of Matthew Bonnett. Travis Johnson's statement has been consistent since 2017. Travis Johnson also told you this defendant was involved in this case. That is uncontested. Again, devil in the details. Anthea Clay. This defendant, Mr. Tucker, keeps stating Anthea Clay. She's a murder suspect. They never investigated. Deputy Malone, on the other hand, said she was a person of interest. We never had enough corroborating evidence to go and put her or place her or involve her in this crime. Devil in the details. Let's talk about the motive for Travis Johnson. He didn't have a motive. He had no bad blood with this defendant. They used to hang out. They used to drink together, do crack cocaine together, smoke marijuana together. However, the defendant states, my colleague, Mr. Mansfield, never impeached me one time. Well, I would submit to you respectfully that he did get impeached. Okay? The defendant was asked from the witness stand, Travis Johnson, Mr. Johnson, go ask Mr. Johnson. He told the police, actually the sheriff's department, go ask Mr. Johnson, he'll back up my story. Did Mr. Johnson back up the story? As a matter of fact, this defendant from the witness stand specifically stated that he was upset with Travis Johnson because he didn't back him up. Devil's in the detail. Paula Belmonte, that's a tough job that you have once you go back there. Many different statements from 2017 to the present. Couldn't ID the defendant. Only saw him from the side of his face. Don't know if it was him. Not Travis. Not sure if it was Travis Johnson, but I know definitely it was not Tyrone Tucker. Okay, well, I'm here to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, the most damaging piece of evidence in this case is the conversation that Paula Belmonte testified to or was read into the record by Mr. Mansfield. And that is the conversation that she had with this defendant at the McDonald's the day after he was interviewed by the sheriff's department. They sat at the McDonald's and ran into each other by chance after he walked from the sheriff's department
with slides on that were given to him. Runs into Paula. He went there, remembered to use the Wi-Fi. He runs into Paula. They start talking about the crime. Paula tells him what's happening, and he's feeling really, really bad for her. But he informs her, hey, the sheriff's department found the knife, or they found the knife. And she was really happy to hear that. And she said, oh my God, that's great. It has my blood on it. What does this defendant tell Paula Belmont? No, it had Matthew Bonnett's blood on it. We know the Monroe County Sheriff's Office didn't provide that information because this defendant.
Objection.
Well, I'm going to sustain that objection because that's not facts and evidence. They can certainly make an inference, but to suggest absolutely that's the case.
Restate. We know for a fact that it was proven on this defendant's examination of Angela Oslowski that the DNA results on the knife did not come back until months after that meeting in McDonald's. So I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I will overrule that objection. That was within my previous ruling. The last argument stayed within, so I'll overrule that objection.
Again, devil in the details, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. How would this defendant know to tell Ms. Belmonte whose blood was on that knife? I would submit to you, using your common sense, as the judge is going to instruct you in a minute, it was because he was there. It was because...
I'm sorry, come sidebar.
He's like, objection, and the judge is like, sustained. Ladies and germs. They saw her try to testify from the hospital. She was unstable. So her changing her story isn't sus. Yeah. Morgana says, did he say ladies and germs? I swore that's what I heard. I don't know. Did he say that? Is that what he said? Oh, sorry. I'm making all kinds of noise down here. Okay, they're done with Sidebar City. He did germs. No way. Are you serious?
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, devil's in the detail. Your common sense has to beg the question, how did Mr. Tucker know that Mr. Bonnett's blood was on the knife? I would submit to you, utilizing your common sense and your life experiences, because he was there. Either he stabbed Mr. Bonnett, and at the very least, he participated in this crime. That's the only way, deducing this evidence, that he could have made that statement to Ms. Belmont the day after he was not taken into custody by the sheriff's department. Now, Travis Johnson, let's talk about Travis Johnson. His statements in this case, his confession in this case, to the participation in this robbery and this murder were made literally years before he ever struck a deal with the state of Florida. Okay, and I think it's very important to note, as my colleague highlighted, okay, he made a confession and then was shown the corroborating videos. He wasn't provided the details of what happened. He filled in the blanks, as Mr. Mansfield highlighted. He gave a statement in November of 2017, and that deal that he struck with the state of Florida was not entered into until April of 2022. No evidence whatsoever has come from that witness stand that indicates that the sheriff's department or any other law enforcement gave him any information in this case. I know we talked about this on jury selection, and I know Mr. Mansfield went over it quite at length. It's, sometimes in these cases, it's not about the quantity of evidence, but the quality of the evidence. the evidence that comes from in the form of testimony from that witness stand and the corroborating exhibits of evidence that you have seen and can still have an opportunity to review if you choose to do so. Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
The defendant in this case, during his closing statement, asked you not to believe the statements that the state played for you at the hospital the night of the incident. She may have been under the influence of narcotics. Maybe her memory wasn't clear. I would submit to you, using your common sense, her memory would have been more accurate closer to the event than years later. If you really look at all her statements throughout the life of this case, through the life of these crimes, it has been consistent, but for, at the end, she says it wasn't Ty Tucker. At the end, never said that in any of her other previous statements. Again, the devils are in the detail. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would submit to you the details in this case point to Franklin Tyrone Tucker as a person who robbed, murdered, or at least participated in the crimes that you've heard here. And I would submit to you, when you get the instructions of law from this judge and you utilize your common sense in weighing the evidence and evaluating the evidence in this case, you will have one verdict and one verdict only, and that verdict will be guilty as charged. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, members of the jury, for your attention throughout our a little bit longer than usual morning session. But as I explained to you earlier, I thought it important for you to be able to hear the closings from everyone uninterrupted, which we've now accomplished. And I'm going to give you a lunch break until 2 o'clock. All the usual instructions that I've given throughout, they still apply. I'm going to spend a little more time with the lawyers during that hour and 15 minutes which intervene. But when you come back, you're going.
Well, Tammy, it's always the prosecution, defense, and then prosecution. Mansfield is a control freak. So it looks like they're getting ready. He's getting ready to send the jury out to lunch. So I'll go ahead and let this play on, and then we'll see what happens when they let the jury out, see what time they're coming back, etc., etc. Yeah, I think there's way too much reasonable doubt. Way too much. I would be shocked if the jury finds him guilty of anything, to be honest, even the lesser included charges. So, I don't know.
Going to receive the closing instructions from the court, whereupon you can begin your deliberation. So enjoy your lunch, 2 o'clock, and we'll go from there. Okay, the jurors are gone, so I believe our understanding was that over the lunch that the state was going to make the changes to the jury instructions that we discussed during the charge conference. So that would mean to me that we need to get here, what, 20 minutes, 15? I don't know how long it's going to take you to do this, and I don't want to create unnecessary time pressure.
Judge, I don't think that it's gonna take that long. I gave the corrections to Ms. Malcolm. She's already been working on. I think I just have to draft up the ag assault and the pro se instruction for that.
So if we come back at 1:45, that ought to give us 15 minutes to review.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll have packets for
the court and one for Mr. Tucker. Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll be back at 1:45.
All right, so they will be back up at 1:45. So, QB Design says, "Happy birthday, QB, not guilty." Well, QB Design, since you have an ex-defense attorney and everything, Yeah, I think that they'll have something by the end of the day. Jury instructions usually take a half hour to read. Usually they take forever to read. But he best not be late coming back from lunch. Oh my God, wouldn't that be worse? The worst. Way too much, but I would put money down that Judge is a good old boy. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. QB Design says that's not coffee. You mean what the judge has in his cup? Yeah, prosecution has the burden of proof. They get the final say. How long do you think they'll take after getting instructions? Tammy, I would say 3 hours at most. Right, Lee? I know, not after this case, that's for sure. Goodness gracious. Tammy said the judge took his gummies the last couple days. Oh, Lord. Anybody want to come up and chit-chat with me about the case? About this? Who wants to come up and chit-chat? I'll drop a link in the chat if anybody wants to come up and chitter-chat for a little bit while we're on their lunch break. Jealous of the judge, says Steph. Steph's like, give me some of those gummies. Maybe the judge has the good gummies. Judge has the good gummies. Lisa doesn't get thrown under the bus again. Oh, right. Ugh. QB Design says my ex-defense attorney says not guilty. What was it, Joanna, you were saying to put in coffee the other day? Was it M&Ms? M&Ms. I'll show you what I put in my coffee every once in a while. Hold on, let me get them. Let me get it. Okay, so hold on, let me Hold on a second. Let me show you. Oh, I've never tried Kit Kats, Steph. I bet that would be good. These like soft mint. They're red and white. They're really soft. Mary Lou sent me these. You see those? Mary Lou sent me these. And I love these. They're so good. They literally melt in your mouth. But if you put them in hot coffee, they just melt. And it makes your coffee taste super yummy. I already use peppermint mocha, in creamer sometimes, but gives it just a little extra boost. Right, Morgana? They're really good. Tucker's coffee wasn't coffee. He took that like a shot. Like, yep. Since he is pro se, they will need to change that. Joanna, most judges have their own version of jury instructions that have to include certain elements. They have the right to alter what is said if warranted. Yeah. Yeah, right, Joanna. Went back up and saw your comment. Every state does have their own protocols, but yeah, there's certain things that they have to change here and there. I mean, they're basically the same, but I mean, they have to go in and I guess make them like personalized, customized just for that particular defendant. Tammy said, I love those. My dollar store sells those only during Christmas. Yeah. Sometimes you can get like a big bucket of them, like a big plastic bucket. And Joanna says, wish I could. I look like death warmed up. You don't have to show yourself, Joanna. You don't have to show yourself. I'll turn my camera off and you can keep yours turned off. Tammy says, I got a shower, so I'll be listening. Yes, M&Ms, they melt down and make you happy. Sidebar, I have perfected my iced coffee recipe. Ooh, you'll have to share that with Mickey, because that's what my sister Mickey drinks. And she has all the specialty things. And also I don't drink iced coffee. Wait, what? Sidebar, I have perfected my iced coffee recipe. Also, I don't drink iced coffee. Also, I can't say that anymore. That mess is good. Okay, I was really confused for a minute there. Morin syrups, you're welcome. Where do you get that at? Joanna sent me some yummy caramel syrup. I think it was called David's or something like that. Oh, the mints with the goop in the middle. Right now, my white chocolate Godiva wants coffee, but I have to go to the doctor. Yeah, Lee showed himself last night and the night before. But you totally don't have to. Oh, Lee can't have that. The chocolate. I know. I usually do the like 0 sugar creamers. Just because I drink a lot of coffee and a lot of creamer. So I do the 0 sugar creamer, but sometimes I can't find the peppermint mocha in 0 sugar and I have to get the regular anyway. So Steph says I use Turani white chocolate, Joanna, and froth Italian sweet cream on top. Yum. Good grief. That sounds like a dessert. Joanna says, oh, I'm coughing like a cheap drunk. Cheap drunks cough, huh? I didn't know that. Mm. Why would a cheap drunk cough? Would that be because a cheap drunk is an actual drunk who don't want to spend money on alcohol, and so they're coughing and they just buy like NyQuil? Steph says it is better than Starbucks. I usually buy the Turani stuff. There's like a cake that I make for the holidays. And it calls for like a caramel sauce and I use that instead of like I have used like the Smucker's brand, like caramel sauce in the jar, like the topping, but because the alcohol tastes like crap. But the Turani caramel syrup is a lot better. Lee says, hey, Jenny, by the way, do you need something like StreamYard in order to live stream on YouTube? Or can you live stream direct through YouTube? You can live stream direct through YouTube, but I think you have to have so many like subscribers and so many watch hours or something, I think, before you have the ability to stream through YouTube. And also if you have guests. Well, no, wait a minute. I think YouTube made it a thing now where you can add guests on their platform through their streaming, whatever. But I use StreamYard. I'm used to it. Caramel apple butter syrup. Ooh, goodness gracious. Chef's kiss. I like a little coffee with my creamer, right? Same. Steph says, Lee, you can stream direct, but you have to schedule your first one 24 hours in advance. There used to be a minimum follower requirement too, but I don't know if they still have that. I use whipped cream to make my coffee taste like hot chocolate. Yum. Sometimes what I've done before is use like a hot chocolate mix instead of like creamer. I would just take like hot chocolate, like Swiss Miss packets or whatever, and dump not all of it usually because it's too sweet, but then I'll put some of that in there and then just a little bit of milk if I'm out of coffee creamer. Steph says Elissa would be a good person to ask Lee. That's a winner coffee, says Joanna. Lee, whipped cream and sprinkle some Turinot. I don't know how to spell that either. Sugar. I drizzle caramel on the whipped cream as well. Y'all fancy. Uh-oh, Steph. Steph's charger is not working. That's not good. You need to get a new charger. Morgana says, I can't join this conversation because I can't stand coffee. Oh, yay. Joanna says, invite me. Let's chat. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Joanna. Paste. All righty. There, I sent you the link, honey. Honey bunny. Morgana says she likes her some hot tea. Yeah, I sent the link to you on Instagram, Joanna. QB Designs, I don't have Discord. I don't even know how to use Discord. Ooh, Dawn says she puts Italian sweet cream in her cherry jello. Really? Oh, I hear a Joanna. Okay, Joanna, are you ready, honey? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All righty, here we go. Here we go. Hi, baby. Hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix this here. Nope, that's not what I want either. Where is what I want? Here? Yeah, there we go. And you are muted. You're muted, Miss Joanna. Uh-oh. Says she disconnected. She'll be back. Let's see. Tammy says I won't use Discord. It's hard to use. Somebody needs to give me like a crash course in Discord, because I heard it's a really good place to hang out, chat, share things. You know. Steph says race against the clock. I think it might be the outlet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Steph. Joanna, where are you, darling? She left. She should be back. Morgana says, I'm on Sophie's Discord. She would be good to ask about it, Jennifer. She keeps calling me Jennifer. I'm staying in trouble with Morgana. Morgana is like, you're going to behave. Yep, it was the breaker. I fixed it. Oh, wow. Okay. So would you flip a breaker? How did you flip a breaker? I mean, if your charger flipped a breaker, then girlfriend, ditch the charger, because the charger is no good. Lee says, I don't think it's all that hard. Tom from Leopard Leatherworks import. Oh, Tim. Hold on, my chat jumped. Tim from Leopard Leatherworks imports voice from there to his lives here in YouTube. Tim from Leopard Leatherworks imports voice from there to his lives here in Houston. I see. I have no idea. Like, what even is Discord? What is it? Is it like a forum? Is it just like a chat room? Is it like what is? I don't even know what it is. I think Abigail made me join a Discord one time to play a game with her on a live stream or something once, but I don't remember. And I only did what she told me to do. Like, I had no idea what I was doing. Joanna says, on my way, she says. Okay. And QB Design says, wait, what in the Jello, you say? I tried to use Discord and I just couldn't get it, says Tammy. Discord has a learning curve, but can be very useful. Morgana says, I didn't mean Jennifer. It's the stupid autocorrect. Steph flipped the switch on the breaker. It said there was an arc flare or something. Uh-oh. That don't sound good. That don't sound good, Steph. Tammy said, I tried to use it with Sophie, but just couldn't get it. QB Designs, I would love help. Yes, tell me. It started as a gamers forum. QB Design says, I don't know all the things, but I can help. Well, I would love that. Kayleen says, Discord is so confusing. Hey, Kayleen. Oh, Joanna is back. Girlfriend. All right, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All righty, here we go. We
My
begin with
God.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
How are you?
misses you.
I misses
I
you.
misses you. I brought eyelashes I found.
I saw you laying there, and I was
They
like,
were they were on George's back. I guess I took them off, and I was like, that gay dog is stealing my eyelashes, man. They're magnetic.
oh, God.
Oh, God. I am an upside down world, I'm telling you. Got my coffee cup with my snowflakes. Yeah, the earrings did survive. Look at what did I just knock over? Oh, you know, really, people try to cooperate. This was these big ass drag queen earrings I was wearing.
Is that what you lost in the snow?
Yes, look at how big it is.
That is a freaking tree topper. What are you wearing?
Oh, but they're very, very light and they're a little drag queen, but I love them. Aren't
Well,
they pretty?
That's a whole massive cover minder. That's a tree topper. That is not an earring.
Oh, and I got oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's on this desk. I have 85 unfinished projects. I am in the hole. I need to hire people to manage me. I mean, it's like I can't watch court TV. I can't get these dogs to come in the house. They want to stay outside. It's 20 below. But anyway, listen, I want to say something to you. Face to eyelash, okay?
Okay.
Which, by the way, girl, you need to put your lashes on. They look so good on you. I know not every day. We can't be fashionistas every day. If you saw me right now with my scrappy ass hair, I'm hiding it in a hat because the doctor will look at me and think I'm like I just came from the Friday paycheck place or something. I look so dumpy. I mean, I really, really do.
What time do you go to the doctor?
Well, I can't go yet. It's only They go to lunch now from 12 to like 1:30 because they're short staffed. So I'm probably going to go around 2. I'm not in any hurry. I would rather, who wants to go to the doctor? But I have to go. I have
Yeah,
to get, I have to
right.
get an antibiotic. But anyway, yeah, and look, check it out. Do you see it? Wait, it's a cover reminder and it says my name.
Oh,
Yeah, but you know what? The girl forgot to put the magnets on it. She got the name right, but I gotta get some little skinny magnets somewhere. And
yeah.
I don't I don't do cover reminders. I may have to call you and say, could you send me a couple, just a couple? Like
I,
I need like 2 sets because it's kind of big. It's
yeah,
really
you need a couple on one end and a couple on the other.
I know. I'm thinking about blinging it too.
Is it
I'm not.
heavy or is it pretty lightweight?
It's kind of like no, it's pretty light. It's plastic.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like
Um,
printed.
yeah, I didn't know it was gonna even happen. It was kind of say hi, George. Say
Hi.
hi, you big mouth. Get over here. I don't even know what dog I'm yelling at anymore.
Sweet.
Fiona, go out of the window. I know. But aren't you excited to see what's going to happen with this case? I
Yes,
hope
ma'am.
he gets. I hope he gets. I hope that he is not. I mean, they may try to pull a quickie. I don't know. I don't trust the judge, but I do think he gave the most eloquent, well controlled, calm, honest closing.
Yeah,
He
I think he did
really
a
he
good job.
didn't make himself a big shot. He didn't rant and rave, "God, I'm innocent, I'm innocent." He didn't do any of that. He was
Yeah.
just calm and controlled and said, "I appeal to you as fellow human beings." And the one thing that they tried to redact him from saying, but I know he said it and it got in,
Mm,
any one of you could be where I am right now.
right, right.
I mean, really, like John was doing this ancestry.com thing. I'm like, you don't know? You don't know? They could read it wrong and mark you as a serial killer. I
Oh
mean,
God, wouldn't that be something?
wouldn't it be something? Oh,
Lord have mercy. You know,
I know.
I don't. If I was a juror, I just don't think that the state. Um, I don't think that they showed anything that would have made me say, okay, yes, because of
Yeah.
this piece of evidence here, and because of this piece of evidence here, that is enough for me to say this man
Uh-uh.
involved
I
and was
think
there.
I think he I think he's a regular normal guy. And there are so many just regular normal people, who are working at the Walmart, working at the CVS, trying to make ends meet, and they're stressed out and they have issues too. They have, you know, um sorry, I'm trying to hide my disaster area, but there's no hiding it now. It's too late. um, you know, and because they don't have that kind of money. I mean, I'm fortunate. I'm not rich, but but my husband has made a few very smart stock decisions and he's very good at it. And so we have that rainy day fund. And you should
Right.
always have an emergency fund. And I tell everybody, if you don't have a 6-month emergency fund, you need to have a diamond painting sale right now, girl, because you got to have that money. You don't know. I mean, a million things could happen, you
Right.
know? I know that I can tell you one story. Totally blew me out of the water. Uh, this is how tricky some people can be, though. And this is back when I was in the Catholic Church, and I got to serve communion. I thought I was hot shit, girl. Oh, you just don't know. I am given the Holy Host. Everybody's getting a little bite of Jesus today. And it was like I was the first female in my church who did it. And the only reason that they even let me was because I put Joe hair. I didn't put Joanna hair. So they
Wow.
thought I was Joe the guy, the
Okay.
guy, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And I was like, nope, too late. I already went through the class. The bishop ordained me and I'm serving communion. And I really loved it. I love the community. It was a very it was kind of progressive church. Um Everybody knew everybody. But one night, and I used to bake cakes. I was the cake baker. Nobody went to the grocery store. They all came to my house. Make me a cake for this or for that, or this person died, we need a cake. This person got birthed, we need a cake. And I love doing it. But I had this like 3 cars roll up on me on a Tuesday night. We were watching The Sopranos, minding our own damn business, and I was upstairs with, at the time, it was Lucy and Arthur, and, we're just, you know, hanging out watching TV, and 3 big old "Hey, I want you out of here now. Go, 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 go. Come on. Honey, I need bribes. I need bribes for my dog." They
George
don't
is
listen. They
oh,
don't
he's
listen. George hears your voice. He heard you say, "Okay, we're back," and he barked 3 times. I was like, "I think he knows
oh,
you. I think he knows your voice."
he
Anyway,
loves me. Hi,
he
George.
did. You had a love affair with my dog, and I'm not offended by that. I think that's wonderful. But, anyway, I'm minding my business. Back to I've got the ADD and the cough syrup brain right now. And my husband calls upstairs because at the time we had a big 2-story house. Oh, that house was such a money eater. Anyway, so so he says, honey, someone's at the door for you. And I went, okay. And I walked downstairs, and I'm not kidding you, there were like 3 state troopers at my door. And I was like,
God.
oh, this is the part where you like literally hope you're not going to poop your pants, but you can
Right?
feel it. It's like right there. And you're going, oh my God, oh my God. And they said, are you the cake lady? They didn't know my name, but they knew I was the cake lady because I made cake for. Come on. Ow. Oh my God, he's got his head out the window. He's, honey, long suffering needs to get him out of here. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I can't talk with all of. Take him
God.
somewhere. Take him to Starbucks. Take him to the fire department. Take him anywhere. Anyway, I said, yes, I'm the cake lady. Well, it turns out a friend from church was being sought after by the whole country because he was a pedophile and he had a huge pornography ring. I'm talking about over 60,000 people in a pornography ring.
Oh my God.
And you know how they found him? From stupid blonde me, the cake lady. They said, I feel awful. I don't even know your name. So, of course, both of my big white beasts come running down the stairs like Adam. They're like, boom, 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 boom. Who's the guy with the badge? And all three of them came in, and I was like, if you don't come in and sit down, these dogs are not going to stop screaming. So they came in, and luckily, I knew his wife knew nothing about this. You know, take him to a zoo. He can impersonate a polar bear.
True, he can't.
I know. People thought I was walking polar bears. They were like, "What is she doing out there? Those big old dogs in the snow." They love it. But anyway, so the state troopers came in, and I didn't believe them. I said, "There's no freaking way. This guy was on my son's. He coached my son's little league baseball.
Oh,
I had them for dinner. You
oh my!
know, I'm like, oh my God."
It just goes
You
to show
think
you don't really know people, right?
you think you know people, but you don't. And if with him, so he he asked me to help her move. She was getting no help or anything from the Christian community, and I found that weird. But I packed her. I packed her whole house. I really busted my ass. And she said she was going to California because her younger daughter was going to be in a TV show. Now, her younger daughter was beautiful. I still know her and their children to this day. But the
Oh,
guy, I got him thrown in jail
well, yeah.
because, yeah, because I said, look, when she got ready to move and I wanted to drive her off and do a send off because she was so sweet. And here she was with these three children. And, I was making them dinners and everything because they were really struggling. Anyway, the cops show up, the troopers want to know everything. I said, I don't believe you. I cannot believe that a man was in my house with my Monsignor eating dinner. Show me. Show me. And they showed his picture. And he had 74 charges, but they were all class action charges from mothers and parents who were suing him because he had a network of over 60,000 people he was sending these disgusting photos to. And I immediately wanted to know if my son was somewhere in that data bank. And thank God he wasn't because I never left him there alone. And I feel like that was my greatest moment. But you know what? I got to know her mother because we went to Ohio to a big fat Greek wedding. That's a whole nother story. Girl, we're going to have to do that with a glass of wine one night because Ohio and big fat Greek wedding. Oh my God. We got
I can
into
imagine.
all kinds of, it was interesting. It's a good story. Anyway,
Well, any Joanna story is a good story. Just
I
saying.
love you. Thank you that I don't bore you to death.
No.
But I got to meet her mother because my stupid Polish girlfriend, and I mean stupid, and she admits it too. Okay. There's no arguing. My stupid Polish girlfriend booked us a hotel in Gangster Central. There were people like outside beating each other up. I was like, I'm not going there. Mm-mm. So I called my girlfriend, the wife. Her mother lives like 30 minutes away. And she said, come and stay with us. And they had a beautiful home. And of course, her and I made fast friends. I fell in love with her in like I fell in love with you, like 5 minutes. It didn't take long. When you know, you know. When you know people. But I never really understood. Yeah, there you go. Cutie putty putty. When you see what I'm sending you, you're gonna love it. Anyway, it's future accessories for your future channel. Anyway, so it's not going to be Mickey Mouse. Anyway, so
Oh, Lord, what have you done?
you are going to poop. It's so cute. Anyway,
Oh my God.
so I got 3 state troopers in my living room. My bougie neighbors are all out on the lawn. They are out on the lawn. All the Mrs. Krabbitzes are out there looking and drinking their little Pinot Grigio. Who's getting thrown in jail? What happened? What happened? But they were there for like 2 hours, and I said, "You know what? After it hit me because I was really, really tired. I baked like 9 cakes that day. And, after you do 9 seriously designer cakes, your brain is dead. It's just dead. And I said, oh my God, her mother. I know her mother. I called her mother in Ohio, and I had to be the bearer of the bad news. I said, I've got 3 state troopers here. They have a warrant out for him. I need to know where he is right now. You have to tell me because I can't go to sleep at night knowing that this kind of shit, and it's always these rich white ass people. I mean, really, I mean, they always have these creepy, dark, you know, but I can't make friends with anybody. That's my problem. I know. I make friends with people and then sometimes they don't make friends with me and then I feel like a moron. But but let me tell you, she gave me Stacy's phone number and they were able to ping it and he was with her and he right there in my living room. This guy is on his computer on his laptop trying to get George to not drool or not George. It was Lucy. Lucy was my prey that I had for 14 years. She was, oh God, you think you fell in love with George? Wait till if Lucy ever gets a hold of you, you're dead. Oh man, she was like the perfect angel dog. She even came when you called her, which great Pyrenees are not supposed to do. They're not. They're supposed to look at you like you fetch a toy and they go pick that shit up yourself. I'm not your housekeeper. I mean, they,
I saw the George and Fiona action in the house in person when
oh
they would
yeah,
not like no, they wouldn't even like they would look at you like you, Joanna, were crazy.
yeah. Well, they're fat actors. They only work for sausage. If I don't have sausage, forget it. But anyway, even George was like, "Ew, mom, you got the funk on you." I was like, even the dog says I look like hell. Anyway, but while they were there, I was talking to her on the phone and I was saying, I have to find her. This is a matter of life and death. You have to tell me where she is. And she said, well, she said she was going to California. I said, she's not going to California because she went on I-10. I looked at her map and she had a map at the time on her tablet. She's going down to I-10 and I-10 goes east. It goes all the way to Louisiana and Florida. I-10 does not go to California. And so I kind of begged her and begged her and begged her. And I said, well, she has a different phone number. I will give it to you. And I was like, "Thank you so much." And I'm so sorry, but to be somebody's mother and have to tell them, she was like the ultimate fabulous grandmother, and to have to tell her that her son-in-law is like wanted by the entire country and he's on the top 10 wanted list and they show up at my house. After all of this, I fed them cake and coffee because I had leftover cake, of course. And they were like, By the way, do we just call you Cake Lady? Do you have a name? It took you 3 hours to ask me my name. Boy,
You
you guys
should
are right
have a sign.
on it.
You need a sign outside your door that says Hojo, the cake lady.
Hojo, I don't want to be the cake lady. I'm retired. I don't.
Hojo the ex-cake lady.
No, I baked 3 cakes all year, and one of them was for Grace, and that was, and my neighbors, I made, some really nice, sort of like carrot spice muffins with custard cream in the middle and, Philly cream cheese on top, and, because she's not doing too great, so I wanted to cheer her up a little bit. But,
You
I
went from
mean,
to pies. You baked like 52 pies for the holidays.
yeah, well, pies pies don't count. Anybody can do a pie. I mean, really, George could make a pie.
Oh
Hi,
my God.
he's here. Wait, let me try to get him on the camera.
Mm,
You're here. Say hello. Say hello.
sweet
Oh
boy.
God, this
Like,
room
okay,
looks like my. Yeah, did you hear Jenny? Did
he
you
wants
hear
no-
her? All right. All right. Be quiet. Here, I got snossies. I'm ready.
he wants
That looks really weird on camera, doesn't it?
It looks a wee little dirty.
A little phallic, a little phallic. But
Yeah.
it's Monday. Who doesn't need a little snossy? John cut like 3 pieces off and then left the rest for me to do. And I'm not cutting these with my good scissors.
Oh,
So anyway,
you need your kitchen scissors for that.
but I think your crime show is doing great. And
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
you're gonna grow so big you're not even gonna know who I am anymore.
Oh, shut your mouth.
No,
I
you
will.
will. You
No,
will.
you're stuck with me like glue. You're stuck
we
with
have
me
we have a little in common, don't we?
a little bit. A little
A
bit.
little bit. No.
I've
I
slept
think
in bed. I've have a love affair with George and Fiona. Even Fiona. I mean, you have
hey,
people.
if you wanna come out for a weekend in springtime when the weather's nice and we can go to the beach, we'll go to Henlipin Beach, which is much prettier, but it's a lot sandier. So be careful because when you walk in it, you like sink in the sand a little bit. So you have to, it's like sugar sand, but you have to walk careful. That's where all the blue rocks are. Yeah, at Henlipin Beach. But come on out for a weekend. Just tell your husband I gotta go help a friend. I'll be
Yeah,
back on Monday. Yeah,
that would be.
yeah.
It would be cool.
And we can play.
Oh,
Oh, I can't wait. And now I can live stream, so we can do some pretty embarrassing things. I mean, me at the beach. Well, we all know
oh,
how graceful I am.
oh! As long as we don't run into any more of those wonky looking crabs.
Oh, the horseshoe crabs are all gone.
Oh,
The
okay.
water, if you went to the beach today, you'd see the water. It looks like Fiji Island. It's clear and blue. But when you guys came, it was right after hurricane, like 24 hours earlier, we had a hurricane.
Wow.
So it digs up all the junk, in the water and makes it all murky and icky. But go and Google. Yes, I know. Jury and germs. Yeah, I know. Jury and germs. Please Google Henlopin, Henlopin, Henlopin Beach. It is beautiful. It's like 3 minutes further from the beach we went to,
Oh,
but
really?
yeah, we can go and it's a lot of fun. You meet a lot of different people. It's very cool. there are people there that come in the spring from Amsterdam and Holland and UK. They're from everywhere but here. Everywhere but here.
That's
But
crazy. It's like visitors beach.
I know. Listen, cut me off whenever you have to, because I know we're just gabbing along while we're waiting for. Do you know this will be the first ever in history? I don't know of anyone. I did a deep dive. I could not find anyone who ever won a case without an attorney.
Oh, really?
No, we might be watching history. Yeah. And in Florida, man, talk about trying to get a fair trial in Florida.
Right.
Girl, I'm telling you, you got to have lottery money to win a case in Florida.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I was wondering last night, I was asking, I was like, I wonder if there's any cases where the defendant that was pro se won their case. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would be?
Did you find any? I didn't find any.
No, I didn't look. I mean, I was wondering, but I didn't really like dig or anything.
Well, I had Mr. Mechanical Genius over here do a hunt for me, and he was like, I can't find anything in the US. Matter of fact, I can't even find anybody in the UK that ever won without a counselor.
Hmm.
This is the last Nossie. Do you understand me? This is it. This is the last little Snossie. This is it.
QB Design says
Okay?
it's a case against the state for lost time in jail.
I know. Please don't make fun of my filthy room. It's got Christmas hangover all over it. Look at this. Look, watch. Gonna catch it? Yay! He caught it! Oh, God.
So pretty. They're so pretty. Both of them. They're just beautiful dogs.
Well, they have extra fluffernutters now because they got snow baths. And when
Yeah.
they get in the snow and they roll on their back, oh man, that snow just floops them up.
Hmm.
It's like hair gel for dogs.
Right.
Yeah, and then they get all wet and cold and they get the little balls of frozen snow in their toe pads. And you know what they do? They make a beeline and run for me while I'm in bed trying not to be dead.
Mhm.
Anyway.
That's funny.
Yeah,
That's
but
funny.
I am hopeful for Tucker. I believe Tucker. I think that what they did to Paula is criminal, and I think that whoever, I don't know if Paula has anybody like a husband or children. I don't know anything about her.
Yeah, I don't really either. I don't know.
Well, I would adopt her and lawyer up. I'm not kidding. I would lawyer up. What they did to her was disgusting. It was horrible.
Oh,
That poor lady.
she's
But
in the role, sure.
I'm proud of her though. I'm very, very proud of her. I
Yeah.
mean, how many people, if I were in that kind of shape, you're not getting me on a court TV camera that goes
Right.
out to the entire freaking planet.
Right.
Hell no. No, 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 no. I
Right.
have best of hopes for her, and I wanna see her win. I wanna see her voice be heard because um oh, I'm unwrapping concealer. Yeah, I gotta get 2 tiny magnets. So if you have any, and you're the magnet queen. Should I
Yeah.
send it to you and let you put the magnets on?
Well, I can do that for you.
Could you do that for me?
Yeah, I can
Thank
totally.
you. I like it, but I can't stick it to anything.
Yeah, easy peasy. Oh, I see movement. I see people coming back.
Okay, honey, I'll let you go. It has been a marvelous joy talking to you. Please come on my live someday.
I will.
See,
Thursday,
just
whenever I get out of here, it's
yeah,
like
when we're I
a,
know.
a nighttime one too. And then it's like we're right when it's time for your live, it's dinner time, bath time, kid stuff, husband
I
stuff.
know. I
It's
know.
I
I
will.
know
I
it's hard.
will.
But I would love to have you on the channel. I still want only being Chris on the channel. Her and we had all kinds of crap go on with migraines. We had it at the same time. We both had a migraine. It was like a sisterhood migraine, you
Oh,
know?
you guys are both way up there on the East Coast. I think. Wonder if it's not like.
Oh no, I could show up at her doorstep. I'm like an hour and 45 minutes from her. I got her address.
Yeah, I know.
You should come and we could get crazy Chris and go to the beach. Ah! Yay! Or go to Benvenuto's and flirt with the old mobsters. They're all old. They're old mobsters. They're harmless. Anyway, I'll see you soon. I love you. And thank you, chat, for letting me have a moment with my girl. Thank you, chat, for being chat. You guys are so cool. You're so nice, except for when you're beating up on Jenny. But hey, she can take it. She can take it. My girl's strong. That's my steel magnolia. Yeah.
Well, thank you. You are a steel magnolia.
Well, you're steel right back. So
I
nobody's gonna melt us easy.
love
Forgive
Cutie
me, I'm sorry. I'm running out of air.
let me know how the doctor's office visit goes, and
They're just gonna give me a big bottle of antibiotics and send me home. So hopefully I'll be good to go for tomorrow night. Because I really don't want to cancel a live at 5. They mean, I'm getting somewhere now. I can't believe it. I
I
was
know.
on Real Men Crap 2 with Richard. He's trying to scare me. Did you see that?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, when you're bored, which you never will be, but if you are, go to Real Men Crap 2 and go to his live. It was just a few days ago. He is into all the creepy movies, all the crime shit. He has a channel. He has a scary book channel. Me, I'm like, uh-uh. And he was like, yeah, did you see the Mickey Mouse one? And I was like, ew. They have a Mickey Mouse horror story.
Oh my God, for real?
For freaking real. I am like, no. He was showing me pictures. I was covering my eyes. I was like, no, 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 get away from me. It was hilarious. He scared the crap out of me. And he was laughing. And there were 600 people in the room.
Oh my God.
600.
I would have.
Never. I was like, now I'm going to pee my pants. I was like, oh my God. I have to entertain 600 people. Oh God. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I was fine till he told me that. And then I kind of freaked out a little bit. But go watch it. It's a good live. And he is a phenomenal diamond painter. He makes jewelry. He's made jewelry for like Marie Osmond and the Real Housewives.
What?
He's A-list. He makes I'm going to send you. Don't post it yet because the person he made it for may not have received it, but I'm going to share it with you in secret. It is divine. This guy is no lightweight, but he is hilarious and he loves to tell he tells some stories. He keeps it clean in the whipping chats, but it's driving him crazy because I have never seen one scary movie in my life.
Well,
not one. And he found out. And now he's like, I'm coming out there and Long Suffering and me are going to put on all the Freddy Kruegers and all the. My girlfriend got her daughter a Chucky doll. They
Ew.
sent her home. She had to bring that freaking possessed from the devil Chucky doll to school, and they made her bring it home.
Oh my
I was
God.
like, "Why are you giving your daughter?" She said she laughs at it all the time. She thinks it's hysterical. I can't go there. I can't even watch the advertisements of a scary movie. I hide. I hide like a child.
I remember you telling the story the one time when Long Suffering had like said, "Look, Joanna," and it was some scary movie, and you were like, "Ah, I'll kill
It
you."
was Carrie. It was the very last 5 minutes of Carrie when she reaches her hand out of the ground and he goes, "Look, this isn't the scary part." And I went, "No!" And I slept on the couch. I didn't even get to sleep till 5 a.m. I was literally like, "I hate you. I hate him." And he was laughing so hard. He was crying. And I was like, "I'm glad you guys find amusement at my fear. Thank you. Thank you so much. But thank you for coming to visit me. I love you. Love you, love you, love you, Bigly, more than my shoes, girl."
I love you. I do. I
And
love you.
you know I got shoes. Yeah.
Oh, I know you got shoes. I know you
Oh,
got all the things.
I know. But let's make a plan for the weekend. We can go and we can go to DC and see all the cherry blossoms and do some pictures under the cherry blossoms, you know?
Oh, that would be.
That, oh my God. They're so beautiful. They really are. But
When did they pop out?
the trees were a gift from Japan to the United States. And it only goes back as far as I think it was LBJ. His wife is a master gardener, and she begged for a tree. Oh, they're back. They're back. I'll shut up.
So I'm back. When I
Okay,
said
well,
it was
honey,
gonna be. So we have the
anytime. I want to
instructions
come
or?
back
So Judge,
anytime.
I just talked to
I
them.
know. I got to go to the doctor. I'll talk to you later.
Done now. They're
All right.
printing them
Love
out.
you.
They said
Love
they'll
you.
print them
Bye.
Bye.
in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
How the hell do I get out of here?
Okay, well, not much I can do about it.
I can't get out, Jenny. I'm
When we get 'em,
trapped.
we'll have to review them, but
I'm on Jenny's live for
okay,
all eternity.
I'll come back at
Oh, hold
2
on. I'll fix it.
unless they're here sooner, let me know. Thank
Hold
you.
on. They did.
Poor Joanna. She was stuck. She was stuck with me. Couldn't figure out how to get out. Um, yeah, I don't know who they're waiting on. I missed what they said. Let me rewind it back real quick. Hold on, let me see what they said.
Come back, well, so, okay. Please be seated. Okay, so I'm back when I said I was gonna be. So we have the instructions or?
We don't, Judge. I just talked to them. They had some glitches, but I guess they're done now. They're printing them out, and they said they'd be over within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, well, not much I can do about it. And when we get them, I'll have to review them, but, okay, I'll come back at 2 unless they're here sooner, let me know. Thank you.
Okay, apparently they didn't have the jury instructions ready and printed. I think they said there was some issue with the something, and they expected the jury instructions to be printed and ready to go. in another 10 or 15 minutes. Sorry, I literally just put this mint in my mouth. Hmm, yeah, documents were not done. Yes, we enjoy story time with Joanna. Always, always. Joanna always has the best stories, and she has the best voice. Tammy, the prosecution went to have the jury instructions printed, but they didn't get them all printed in time. He said it would be another 10 or 15 minutes before they were done getting them printed, and then they have to like review them to make sure that there are no mistakes. Hold on to your seats. We're going to see if we can do a quick little bumpy ride real quick. I think we might be a few minutes behind. Hold on. Um, Tammy says, Lee, how do you know? How do you know what? Absolutely, Joanna. Um, Tammy, can you hear me? Um, or are you? I don't know if Tammy is like caught up or if she's. Hold on, let me see. I have to mute this because Jolie's playing a toy that's singing "Free Ride" or whatever that song is. Okay, so we are still live. I'm going to take a potty break real quick, and make another cup of coffee, and I will be right back, guys. So, um, yeah, okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, so we're back on the record. So the modifications took longer than anticipated.
Judge, I think we're gonna, well, I think when we review them together, we may have a couple more modifications, but, I'm having the deputy, the bailiff, blast copies, because I ran out because I didn't want to be late, and he's doing the favor, the courtesy of blasting copies for Mr. Tucker and for your honor.
Okay, well, that's too bad because I hate to start deliberations too late. I really have never liked that. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but I was thinking we'd start at like 2, maybe the instructions take 45 minutes. Jurors start deliberating at 3, that's reasonable. If we got to spend a lot more time fine tuning these instructions, we're going to start deliberations later and later, which only means the potential to be here later or to carry over till tomorrow becomes more possible. But so what? The bailiff is making copies now?
Judge, the other option the court would have, I don't know how the court feels about it, send the jury home and we'll start fresh tomorrow morning.
Well, I'm not necessarily adverse to that with a couple of caveats. I do have that docket tomorrow morning, the arraignments, and there might be something else special set and motion calendar. So that goes from 8:45 to. Oh, you're right. We have inmate plea. Oh, the arraignments are Friday. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Okay. Well, that's then more flexible. If we've got inmate plea, that actually would enable me to just, set those cases back, let's say an hour, and unless we instruct the jury now and start deliberations tomorrow, or you instruct the jury tomorrow and start deliberations, or we just forge ahead. I'm happy to consider any of those options.
Given the importance, and I apologize, given the importance of the accuracy of the instructions, it would be the state's preference to send the jury home for the evening, and let's have a charge conference, and let's agree on what the accurate instructions, any further changes, and I will come in with a perfect copy of instructions in the morning, we can instruct the jury, and then have them deliberate after the morning session.
Or a perfect copy later this afternoon.
Perfect copy later this afternoon.
And so what's your input on this question, Mr. Tucker?
I would like, again, we were talking about it is very important. The jury instructions are very important. And if the state feels they want to add things to what we already have, yeah, I'm going to want to take a look at that. And we're going to have to go over that. And I would agree with the state at this point,
Well, okay, that's reasonable. Here is.
It's going to take some work, Your Honor. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, I understand. Here's what I try to avoid. We've spent, what, the better part, well, now it's 2.5 weeks, let's just say. Now, if we go over these and make some modifications, and I give them, maybe the jury goes out at 3:30. So it's already 2/3, 3/4 of the day, and then we're gonna ask these people to deliberate over the dinner time. To me, that's not ideal. It's more ideal to give them a fresh start. They have the whole day in front of them, basically, and there's not that same pressure of time and fatigue. That's,
I would agree, Your Honor, because look, considering it's, it definitely involves my life here. I don't want them rushing to make a judgment just because they want, because they're here late. I don't want them to do that. So,
neither do I.
I would agree.
And to the extent that we can manage things to avoid that, I'm all in favor of it. So I think and I understand the state would be in favor of that also. They come in, I once again apologize, explain my thinking and reasoning, and tell them to come back 9 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, I will just have my office communicate with the attorneys who are representing the defendants who have inmate plea tomorrow. I can either set it off to the afternoon or put it on start at 10 o'clock, and we'll instruct the jurors tomorrow morning, and they can deliberate all they need. Okay. They're in the jury room. You asked them to come in, please.
I agree.
Thank you. Please be seated, members of the jury. Welcome back to the courtroom. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We had a full session this morning with the closing arguments, and I laid out for you what I, in good faith, believed was a feasible and prudent schedule. Unfortunately, I'm going to change that schedule. And I don't even know if I should say unfortunately, other than I don't like to say things and not carry through, but sometimes circumstances dictate such. As I explained, the next step is going to be to give you the law that's instructing the jury. After that, you would start your deliberations. Looking at the instructions and what remains to get them in proper order, I don't believe that you would start your deliberations till anywhere 3:30, 4 o'clock. And I think that's too late. I don't think that's the best way to have you start jury deliberations. We've been here for, what, 2.5 weeks now? You've received a large quantity of evidence. You've heard arguments. And so for me to say, okay, members of the jury, start your deliberations at 4 o'clock after this day and then bump into mealtime, I don't think that's the ideal way to do it. I did indicate that we have time. This is one of the reasons that we slated the necessary time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to come back at 9 tomorrow. We will, at that point, give you the instructions, and then you will be able to start your deliberations, you know, or I won't say early morning, but mid-morning, and have the however long you need. So I'm sorry if I wasn't unable to stick to what I originally thought would be the way to proceed, but I'm satisfied this is the better way to do it. So apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you for your attention, your flexibility, your patience, your understanding. So you.
I'm wondering if they need to come back tomorrow.
The alternate, yes, you know, again, I appreciate everybody's service, including the alternate service, and it could be, I certainly hoping not, but, you know, I've seen cases where an alternate is needed right up to the 11th hour. So if there's some special circumstance other than, you know, putting in time and not being able to pursue some other important things, but I greatly appreciate your continued participation. So, folks, sorry, but we'll see you tomorrow, and I think
We appreciate it.
okay, we're going. So for the record, that was the second alternate who inquired through the bailiff, and to me, did he need to come back tomorrow? And you heard what I informed him that, yes, we just never know what could happen. So, so now we, does everybody have the latest revised set of jury instructions?
I did provide Mr. Tucker a set, Judge, but I'm looking through them and they appear to be totally out of order, and I apologize to the court, Judge.
Well,
I know the
in
verdict,
all due respect, you know,
the verdict forms have been corrected.
well, did you need to go back to the drawing board? Did you need to look at these packets and get them in order? I mean, tell me what you want to do.
I would like to go back to the drawing board, Judge.
Okay,
If you can just give me some time and Your Honor could come back out and I'll have a correction.
but you said we might need to do more corrections. Are there some we could do now that would save a third time? Or I don't know. I mean, but we do have time, so we don't have to, you know, rush. So tell me, you're more familiar at this point with the state of the instructions than am I.
Judge, here's what I would request respectfully. If I have my notes, the problem is I left my notes here and the courtroom's locked, and I didn't get them until like 10 minutes I was supposed to be here. If you give me an hour to go back and incorporate the notes that I took from Your Honor this morning into what I have in front of me, I think I could come back with an accurate package.
Okay.
Judge, and one other, this morning you mentioned 2.7. Is that accurate?
I already gave that.
Okay.
That was the closing argument
Okay,
instruction.
just wanted to make sure I don't.
Yeah, and we don't need that. That's just, that's the one I already gave about both the state of the defense and no.
Okay, so I was watching from my phone while I was getting my coffee and taking a quick potty break and all that. But Lord. So He's making sure the prosecution knows how irritated and frustrated he is. La 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 la. We'll be in a nursing home when he finishes this case, right? This guy was so adamant and so-called prepared, and he blows it on the home stretch. All right. So basically, let me get this straight. He has a couple of modifications he wants to make to the instructions, and that's what the holdup is. That's a question to you guys. Is that what I heard? I'm going to go ahead and continue, get this started, see if they have some kind of blow up or something.
As to their case, you will now hear. Don't worry about that.
Very well, Judge.
Okay, so it's 2:19. So we're talking about 3:20. Is that what?
That'd be fine, Judge. And I have my laptop. I can work on it from right here.
Any problem with that, Mr. Tucker?
No, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay. So this latest copy that I got here, this I should ignore.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so what? Now they're taking a break till 3:20? Steph says yes. And he left his notes regarding the modifications in the courtroom during lunch when it's locked and he doesn't have access to get them. Oh my God. It's ridiculous. That's the last thing you discussed. Why would you leave it behind? Right? Totally B. Tucker. This is totally B. Tucker. Object to this crap. Okay, so I mean, I did hear him say that he would rather them let the jury go tonight and then start back fresh tomorrow, because Tucker doesn't want them to feel like he's afraid that if they push it back, give them time to, get the ball rolling, but it's going to be later in the evening or late afternoon before they get the case to go back to start deliberations. He's afraid that they're going to be rushed to come to a judgment because, or rush to a verdict because they're going to want to go home and not have to come back tomorrow. So he would rather, and I get that, start fresh in the morning, and then that way they have all day and don't feel like they have to be rushed. So, because I heard him say, this is my life on the line here, prosecution screwed up big time. Yeah. Well, right, Brenda, that was the thing. They were supposed to be making copies. But then the prosecutor's like, oh, I have a couple modifications. Okay. Because they want to go home and have dinner. Yeah. They lied, Brenda. They lied. For sure. They did. At first it was copies, and then the other one came with the excuse that he forgot his notes. Yeah. Prosecution was just to print out the new instructions. Now they have to modify it. Yeah. I wonder what the modifications are. Did they say? Like, is this something else that they're going to have to, argue about? Is that what they're planning on doing at 3:20? They said AGAS, so I'm thinking aggravated assault. They did not say. Okay. Timmy says, I'm sure it has to do with his closing. I don't know. Tammy's like, I would have rejected the modification. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what it is. If it's something super important, if it was an incorrect thing, I mean, Lord knows they don't want him to be something that they screwed up on, and then it could be a appeal issue or something. Joanna's like, I think they're making it up as they go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, 3:20. I don't know that it's anything that we need to, stay. Because if they're going to come back and just do that, I don't really think it's anything that we necessarily need to, stay a whole extra hour for. I think they're adding an alternate lesser charge. They think they can get him on aggravated assault versus felony murder. Probably, yeah. We'll hear him tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. All right. All right, you guys. Well, I guess best thing to do then is go ahead and end out for today. I'll keep an eye on it and see if there's any, any sort of extreme things. And then we can discuss it in the morning. Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Yep, we're going to be back on again tonight, Steph. Those, by the way, we've been doing the Scott Peterson deep dive into some of these things. This new evidence stuff each night. And last night we found some really good stuff from this investigative reporter dude. Who's been digging and digging and digging, and he's, we got into that at the very end last night. So that was pretty cool. If you missed it, you can we were on for quite a while, but you can scooch past into the last, I don't know, maybe hour-ish. To hear some of the investigative reporter information about some things he's, dug around and found out. So I guess now it'll be discussed so they're all ready for them to read to the jurors. Yeah, Brenda. Yeah, around an hour. You think so, Morgana? I think so too. Steph said, I'm not sure I remember any of it. I was so out of it by the end. Yeah, you were there, but I don't know if you were there, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we'll do that again tonight and get into some more of that stuff. And I think it'll be cool. It'll be fun. It'll be interesting. It is, Kayleen. I agree. Super interesting. And just let me be clear when I say I don't think he's innocent. I don't know. I didn't really watch or, pay much attention to the Scott Peterson trial when it was going on. But now I'm just kind of thinking, that this is it's worth looking into. So I was getting wobbly headed. You sure were. I bet you were. QB Design says I'll be at work, but I'll pop in when I can. Yay. Oh, thank you, Kayleen. She was wearing me out last night. Oh my God, she was killing me. She had so much energy. It was like literally one of those like second wind energy bursts, And I was like, girlfriend, you are killing me. Long day tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. I don't know though. I think that they might come back pretty quick. I really do. I feel like they might come back pretty quick with their verdict. Morgana, time. Her dad fed her chocolate, I think. I agree, Morgana. Something. I think he snuck her some kind of sugar for sure. I don't think he was innocent either, but there was definitely some mishandling. Dale had her snorting sugar lines, right? God. Time. I'm trying to think. I guess about the same time. I'm gonna say about what is tonight? It's about 8 o'clock, maybe. And see if does that work for you, Morgana? Well, absolutely, Morgana, 100%. And I want to chat more tonight, like just chat versus, because that was a lot of reading last night. And I think I want to like do some more like bounce ideas and stuff like that because Brenda said I never understood his smirk. Oh, you mean Scott Peterson? Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know. That's good for you. Okay. Yes, QB Designs. I have let me grab it real quick. Let me grab it. Hold on, I gotta go find it real quick. Dun, dun, dun. It's in my email. Let me grab it. Let me find it. Anybody else's like email, like your important things drown in emails? Like my email inbox is it's a dumpster. Literally, it's like a dumpster, man. Come on. It's being super pokey and slow. Morgana says Leonard. I thought it was Leon. It is Leon. I thought he said Leonard, or I thought he said Leonard too, but then he said it was Leon. Hold on, QB Designs. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. It's just my computer is being super duper, uh, super duper pain in the pooper. Speaking of something, just to share a little fun with you. Did anybody ever in here ever watch the TV show Monk? Monk. He was like a super sleuth himself. However, he had severe OCD. Um, um, but they came out with a movie recently. Like it's pretty new, I guess. Um, and it is about, it's like Monk's last something or other. But we started it a few nights ago and it looks like it's going to be so good. It looks like it's going to be so good. And the dude that plays Monk, what is his name? Like Tony Shalhoub or however you say that, whatever. He looks so good. Like he looks super good. He hasn't aged much at all. Um, that's not the link either. Where are you, Linkerson? Lord have mercy. I think I have like went right past it. You know what, QB Designs? No. Dawn said she watched it. Yay. Oh, on Wings. I remember Wings. Tony Shalhoub. Yes, Monk is amazing. I just love that show. Like, I love him. Love him. Steph said she watched it occasionally, but not religiously. Oh, Timmy didn't like Monk. Aw. Morgana says, sorry, Lee, but you'll always be Leonard to me. Gail, I don't remember. Yeah, um, yeah, I can post it in tonight's description. Let me, and send me a message, QB Designs, and I can send it to you too, just in case, you don't make it in tonight or something. I think it was on a news article, and I can't remember if it was like KRON. Seems like KRON or something like that was but I could be wrong. But I can't remember, Gail, where we watched that from. It was on one of the apps on our TV. It was, if you Google it, you should be able to find it. Oh, I found the link to the thing, though. Hold on, let me copy and paste this. I did find that. Copy, 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 copy. Okay. Paste. All right, so that link that I just put in the chat is the link to the news article. And if you'll find the PDF. It's like 436 pages, I think. Yeah, message me on okay, the show is on Prime Video and Peacock. Awesome. There you go, Gail. The movie, what is it called, Steph? Can you tell? It was something about like the last, something to do with like it being the last thing or something. Yeah, I know, right? QB Designs. I thought about printing it too, but then I was like, nah. Not going to use a whole ream of paper on this. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, the movie is on Peacock only. Okay. Monk movie. Mr. Monk's Last Case. Okay, there we go. Good deal. Oh, it's so good too. It starts out so sweet. It starts out really, really sweet. Except that he's mad at what's her name? The one, I forget her name. The assistant that he had for like 12 years or whatever. He was mad at her. He's like, yeah. And then everybody else came in and they were all like, you know. Y'all ever watch Columbo? No, I never have. I never have. All right, you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. But we'll be back tonight, I guess, right around 8 o'clock ish, give or take a few minutes here or there. So just make sure that your notifications are on. If you happen to have got this far and you're watching in the replay as a replay, make sure you put a hashtag replay in the comments and let me know that you were here. Oh, Lisa's, wait, one more thing. Columbo. You mean the old Columbo QB Designs, or was there ever like a new Columbo made or something? Oh, okay. The wait, one more thing. That's Columbo. Did he say that all the time? Yes, thumbs up when you leave. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up. I appreciate it. Wait, one more thing. All right. What, baby? We'll put your house shoe on? Yeah, put it on. She's stolen my socks. I've got some super cute Friends socks that Mickey got me for Christmas, and she has stolen them. She has a pair on her feet and a pair on her hands like they're gloves. She's the cutest human ever. Gail says, LOL, Lee. I remember that. He always went, wait, one more thing. Is Columbo the guy, what's his name? Peter something, and he's got the like really lazy eye? Somebody have to tell me, Poppy, did you just throw up in my floor? You did. Oh my God, my dog. My dog. Jolie, don't go in the dog vomit. Okay. I gotta go clean. Peter Falk. That's it. Yes. Okay. He's the one with the funky eye. Okay. Peter Falk. I always thought he was kind of a handsome fella. All right, you guys, I gotta go clean up dog puke, and I will see you tonight. I love you guys. Bye. Say bye. She's waving, but you can't see her, so bye.